Just a single note closing it out. Welcome. Welcome to sailing on a Sunday afternoon with myself, Adamos. CLU. It's good to see you folks, and hope you're doing well. We've got a bit of a thing we're doing here. We have gone from the fishing stream on Sundays to sailing. More importantly, our good friend Robert Stockton here has decided that he's going to start a company, which is going to be a sailing company. What that means for us is that we have to be on at a certain time when we say we're going to be there. And, you know, kind of have to do the things that we said we were going to do. And I need to rethink this maybe a little bit. Let me tell you, last night's Harmless Content HC dime novel was a lot of fun. We had a couple of things. It really rode the gambit of different kinds of things that you can see on a roleplay server. From starting off with the memorial service for Ashley Randall, a longtime citizen of the States, and moved on from that into a couple of different things. We met a few new people. We got a really excellent interview with a group of bounty hunters that I was very, very happy about how that turned out, and it was a lot of fun. A big thank you to everybody that was involved. Also, a big thank you going on out to Cough the Sickness for that raid that came in at such a good time. It was so much fun hanging out with everybody that I was like, all right, yeah, you know, that's good. And then I look over at the clock, and it's pretty late. So let me just say right off the bat, high energy stream today will not be, I don't think. But then it's roleplay, so I don't know if that's going to be the case. It's not easy to say, but the idea behind the Sunday streams is that they're supposed to be pretty chill. And really the whole idea behind this was originally, it was just a way to basically take and do the money gathering streams that, or money gathering like gameplay that I was doing, and turn it into at least something that that we can hang out and do on Sunday afternoons. And so it kind of turned into this thing, and I think it'd be a lot of fun. Now, here's the thing. Let me, let's take Robert here. Doing a little contemplating at the moment. I think it's still up. Let's take a look. But we had created a poster for the company to advertise. Here it is. And I've only put up, I think, 2 of these. Which is fortunate because I also realized that there's a little bit of a typo here that we'll have to fix in the future. It's not a big one. It's just the only way that people can contact me. Oh, yeah. We'll have to fix that for sure. But the important thing is this part right here. The flyer is as follows, and I really like the font that I found for this because I tried a bunch of different fonts, and finally settled on this one because it's a very kind. I don't want to say sloppy looking because it's technically not. It's but it is very. It looks very hand done. Somebody that maybe isn't so good at doing printing. Flatiron Cruise Company. Shipboard passenger cargo transport from shipboard passenger and cargo transport from Blackwater to Rhodes. Sundays, 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. That's New York time. Departure locations are the Blackwater Port to Braithwaite Docks. Private cruise expeditions also available. Contact Robert Stockton at a non-existent PO box. Okay. But we're getting started, right? It's our first day. So mistakes will be made. The important thing is that basically somehow I have roused what I will call consciousness, and I'm kind of ready to just hang out and chill. Give you an idea, there is very few people that are currently on the server to start with. If there's even anybody in Blackwater right now, I'll be surprised. I won't be upset, I'll be surprised. But that'll be about it. After that, who knows? The important thing is that we're just going to kind of hang out until 5 p.m. Here at the boat docks, either in Blackwater or our other port, which is Braithwaite Manor. Hey! Well, that's awesome. Okay, so what you got there is you got the happy cat, or I call him the top hat cat, actually. It's the dancing top hat cat. Thank you for following. I appreciate you doing that, Alt. Like I said, I can always use the followers. And the other nice thing is, here, let me go over to this screen here. I think it's... Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one here. Oh, that isn't right at all. 1 second while I fix that. I've noticed this little widget here that I have is not quite working really well. It should show it up on the top. The latest follower. Let's see. Oh, this thing has been weird. No, it's most recent. Huh. Oh. Oh, that's why. that's why. It wasn't Alt that was following me. It was Draco Banga. Am I saying that right? Dreco Banga. Looks like that's it. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And welcome to sailing on a Sunday afternoon. And like I said, if you're looking for a high energy hardcore RP, probably not today. But it should be kind of a lot of fun, like I said, hanging out and doing this this idea. So yesterday we secured a couple of very important things to do this. And one of those was the rights to, the permission, let's put it that way. The permission not only to use the dock over here by Braithwaite Manor, because, I had to make sure that, the people in charge of these two locations knew that we were going to be doing that. Not that I expect any trouble, but who knows. The other thing that we found out is that there is, Robert found this out. I kind of knew about the stable here allows you to put away and call carts and various other things. This is PC. Actually, here, check this out. I have a command for this. We are currently on an allow list server called the PRC, and this is a PC version of this because it's a modded version of Red Dead Redemption 2. And so this is a roleplay server where the rules of the server are to follow the rules of roleplay. You don't step out of character, you don't stream snipe, you don't, do a lot of the other stuff. Avoid doing meta things in-game. The idea is that we want to try to create an immersion into this world. And that's exactly what's going on with Robert here. Robert Stockton, our person that we'll be hanging out with here today. He's going to be starting this Flatiron Cruise Company. And the idea is that we're going to travel from here, the Blackwater docks, over to here, the Braithwaite Manor, and go with that. So, in this, there's a lot of features that you'll find, obviously, that are familiar to you in the game. For example, let's see here. The Deadeye works. It's not quite the same as the Deadeye in the game itself, but I played a ton, a really large amount of the online game. And a PSN player, awesome. Do you like? See, I'm not real familiar with the PlayStation version of the game. I do have it, but I've never really dug into it. Because I got started on the PC stuff, and once you kind of get going, you tend to get locked into how that works. But on the console versions, or at least the PlayStation Network version of it, do you have obviously you have like an online type thing, right? Like similar to the online for I guess the PC. That seems like a good idea. Let's take the canoe over there. Because I haven't get a chance to actually, like I said, play the PlayStation version of it. I did a little bit, but I don't know, I got really used to using or playing a lot of shooter games using the keyboard and mouse. So I tend to have a little bit more of a bias to that, and I'm not good at the controller aim. I know it's got auto aim on it, but I don't know. It was another one of those, well, I could sit and play this and try to figure out how to do it, or just go back to my online game that I was having a lot of stuff in. Not sure if tips don't just pop up on the screen. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's cool. Very cool. How do you, obviously, if you play the game and you're watching somebody streaming the game, I'm guessing you really have a lot of fun with it. I really enjoy this. I've been having a lot of fun playing Red Dead for a very long time. Pretty much, I think since it came out, actually. And don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed the online version of the game. But I'll be honest, one of the big problems that I always had with it was I would be doing great. My level, I don't know, 250, 300 character just rolling around on the map. And then I'd get somebody that would show up with dynamite arrows and just decide that today was the day they were going to ride around and grief one person. And there's really nothing you can do about it other than complain. And Rockstar wasn't top shelf about doing anything about that. Oh yeah? Okay, not a lot of people play it. Awesome. Well, that's interesting. I definitely like doing the PC stuff, and I don't know. Like I said, maybe if you're interested, I put up the link there to the PRC, and if you ever got around to getting a PC copy of it, you could always join us here. It's a really great community, and like I said, you have to adhere to some certain rules. You can't just be sniping people. You have to actually interact with, like for example, last night, the folks that we talked to, the Bounty Hunter group, they, in order for them to do the bounties on other players, they have to interact with them. You can't just, like I said, you can't just jump out of the bushes and hog-tie somebody and carry them in. You have to give and get role play out of it, which is a lot of fun to watch. That's a big thing about it, is I've been a pretty big fan of roleplay streams for a couple of years. Not just Red Dead, but also the GTA streams, No Pixel stuff, obviously. And Dark Side has been doing Atlas. And I love me some pirate stories. And those are a lot of fun. For the most part, it's good. Yeah, really into RP gaming. Awesome. Do you like what kind of streamers do you watch? Like any particular games or just RP in general? It's such a beautiful day out here. This is totally a Robert thing. Get the day started with some canoeing. Well, I don't know, getting the day started at noon. Yeah, sometimes that's the life of the streamer. This one is, like I said, I really enjoy the server quite a bit. There's some things like Wild RP is, I've got, Robert's also on Wild RP. Haven't done a whole lot with that particular one. There's just some of the game mechanics in that are not a little bit less forgiving than they are here on the PRC. When you, you know, if you die and nobody gets you to a doctor, you just lose everything. You lose everything that's in your inventory, all your money that you're carrying around. Obviously, you know, that's an issue if you're somebody like Robert here, who is kind of a solo sort of guy. His backstory is that he's a reporter for a dime novel, which is kind of like the turn of the century version of comic books. It was a big part of the reason that I wanted to do this. Being a bit of a comic book collector myself, I like this idea. Usually watch GTA RP. Yeah, you know what? It is. I totally agree. Like, GTA RP is, especially like No Pixel and New Day, and a couple of the others, just are really fun to watch. It's high energy. It's pretty much from the get-go. You hit the ground and take off in a lot of the stories and stuff. And the thing with the Red Dead is this is super slow burn. It just sometimes it takes a while. Like I said, I'm going to be doing this stream today from now until 5 p.m. Eastern. And I would be lying if I said that I expected to run into a whole lot of people. Because it's just not necessarily how it goes. And part of the thing was that I ran into the fact that Sundays are tend to be kind of a slow day at first, but they pick up as the day goes on. And usually Sunday nights are there's at least 4 or 5 streamers here. Well, actually, you know what? Here, let me do this. I'll put this up in chat. Oh, shoot. What's the command? What's the command? It's HR? I think it's HR. HRP. Is it HRPRC or the... yeah, it's HRPRC. Okay. So this is, I don't know if you know about this yet, but I always like to kind of put this out here because this is one of my all-time favorite things to, for doing RP stuff. This is this server called Hazroot. If you go to that Hazroot site there, right now it's set to the PRC, but up on the top you can switch it to, Rust and GTA servers to show all the people that are currently streaming. And it's no joke, it's like currently streaming. As soon as they stop streaming, it disappears off the page. But from there, you can actually see, I think there was like one other streamer that was on when I got started. But it's a really good way to see like all of the things, and this is one of the things I personally love about streamers doing roleplay servers, is this being able to watch a story from not just a bunch of different angles, but also to see, you know, like each one of the different characters and how they see what happens. It's so much fun. I especially enjoy that in GTA stuff, where you've got quite a few more people packed into a location. And so, like, a lot of the time, you know, I'm watching a cop stream and watching the criminal they're chasing at the same time, just to see it going. And the Hazroot page is such a good way to be able to kind of keep up on what's going on, switching between the different streamers. Makes it a lot of fun. But, yeah, it's, like I said, I don't expect that there's going to be a whole lot of action. So we'll try to drum up some stuff here. I'm going to kind of show you the route. Obviously, we left right from Blackwater Port, and we're pulling on into Braithwaite here. Whoa, back it up. I'm doing quite a bit of practicing. Trying to, make sure that it's not a ridiculous, crazy ride. The fun thing about this is that it's one of the things that I really like about watching these roleplay servers and the roleplay community is the fact that people. The idea here is not to make some kind of hero story out of my guy here. He's, especially this guy, I've decided that he's kind of a civilian. Not only is he a civilian, but since he's a journalist and a reporter, and, you know, he's not a young guy, he's a little bit older, that he is a neutral party. As much as he can be. He does not carry a sidearm. Well, he has a sidearm, but he doesn't openly carry it. He again, I pointed this out to the bounty hunters when they asked about it. Was it makes it hard for you to get, I guess, honest answers from people when you're holding a gun, or you at least have a gun on you. Let's take the small coach. I haven't actually got a lot of practice with this. Oh, and that's the other thing. I wonder, do they have any for sale here? Because one of the things that we need to look at is picking up the bench. Store that one. Okay, yeah, they do. They have all of them. Excellent. Chuck wagon. It's the bench wagon right here. $300. All right, we'll buy one of those. Get into town and get some money and buy one of those. No, I need you to work. The bench wagon will probably be the cart or the thing of choice in larger groups. Small coach, yeah. Like I said, I haven't got a lot of driving time in on this. I don't think it'll be too much different, but it is definitely one of the ones that I want to offer people that if they want to do the Blackwater to Rhodes trip, because we the Robert's dime novel, the company that is paying him has basically unwittingly purchased a bunch of equipment, like for example this fine coach right here, amongst various other things, and he puts all that stuff on kind of their tab, saying that it's under the you know, that it's needed in order to get the stories, which that's questionable. But part of this this part here was that Robert had been purchasing quite a bit of things from them or for them without their permission. So it kind of came to a point where we were gonna need to at least make some of that money back, and that was kind of the whole idea behind doing the Cruse company, if you will. No, it's kind of nice. I like it. It's got decent handling. Let's see what it can do here. Okay, we're moving along. We're doing a pretty good clip. Yeah, not bad. Now here on the PRC, the carts are a little different than the horses, because the horses do get worn out and tired to the point where you have to basically stable them to reset their health and stamina bars. The carts don't have that, at least not right now. Carts are kind of, I see them as a little bit OP for the server, but it all depends on how you use them. For example, I just don't go flat out from place to place. You could, and that'd be great, but again, roleplay, right? We want to make it. We don't want to make it so that it doesn't. In the real world, you're not going to see somebody charging around like their pants are on fire for every time you see them. So I try to kind of keep that a little bit under wraps with running the carts and stuff. This is such a great ride. The territory here by Rhodes is Georgia, pretty much. Ooh. Come on. There you go, game. Yeah, I mean, red soil, and it definitely has a very Georgia kind of feel to it as you get into roads here. Which I'm guessing is Atlanta, maybe? There's definitely hints of South Carolina. And quite a few of the other things that you will see down in the southern United States. Alright, I don't know what would be... I suppose I would be better off over there. That's okay. I'll just stop by here. Now, welcome to everybody joining us here for sailing on a Sunday afternoon. We're kicking off the Flatiron Cruise Company with our friend Robert Stockton here. Okay. Anything that he would have bought has already been purchased or bought out. You'd have to wait for the restocking, which is fine. We'll take a look over at Henry's place. Henry is one of the... Henry Steele is his name. Also, well, his name to everybody else is the Boogeyman. Here we go. Steele Brothers Gun Company. Buying and selling, trading and engraving. If you miss us, keep in touch. Steele Brothers Gun Company. Oh, here's the poster for it. Excellent. He did a nice job with this. I really like the look of this. It has a very authentic period look to it. Steele Brothers Gun Company. Quality weapons, ammunition, cleaning and repair, custom engraving. Buy, sell, trade. Located in Rhodes. Send telegram to Henry Steele. It's cool stuff. So yeah, here's for your reference there, Draco. This is kind of what we have access to on this server as far as the weapons go, and they're a little bit different. They're not quite the same as they are on regular PlayStation and PC, the online version of the game. But it's pretty much all of the same weapons. I think there's a few that are missing that you can't get access to. There's other things like, for example, the tomahawks. Each store only sells one tomahawk, which you can equip, well, one, but you can have up to 3 and just keep chucking them if you want. So in order to get those, you have to obviously go around from place to place. Some of the stuff, like the arrows, can be crafted in game, but unless you know what it is, or know somebody that knows how to craft those things, you really won't be able to. It'll take a long time to try to figure out how to put them together. But yeah, the pistols here, we get the Cattleman revolver, the Schofield, the Navy, and the semi-auto pistol. Also in the long arm department here, Winchester repeater, the Henry repeater, the Evans repeater, and then the varmint rifle, obviously for small game. The Springfield rifle, which is the boomer long distance sniper rifle, which I think automatically comes with the scope. I don't actually know. And then the double barrel shotgun along with the sawed off. So those are like your basic weapons for the most part. We don't have customization and stuff in here yet, like it is in the online game. But they're all different game mechanics that they can add in or take out depending on the server admins and how they want to run it. Alright, so we need an additional 300 bucks. We can buy another cart, because Robert doesn't have enough carts. Interesting that there isn't a lot of locals wandering around. There's dog pooping. He's pooping right there. Yeah. Sit in the back of here. So yeah, this is obviously the player view from inside the cart. Switch seats. Okay. So we got 2 seats there. I don't think... Pretty sure you... No, this one you can't hang off of. The big one you can. So yeah, this is pretty much a 3-person ride. Keep that in mind when dealing with future passengers. Excuse me, sir. Check our tallies. So like I said, I wasn't planning a ton of people or anything today. It's just going to be doing, instead of doing the fishing or just sailing around, we've got at least an objective with what we're doing today. To patrol this little area right here. Okay, good. That's from last night. Here's the poster. I think this is the only other poster we got. Like I said, I did not go with a blitz of advertising. It's going to be a word of mouth thing. Mainly because... Let's see, is it over here? Yeah, here we go. This, we ran into, oh, no, that's the cigar store. Further over? Can I get it here? There we go. Ocean Winds Shipping. Yesterday, at the beginning of the stream, we met Captain Remy and his crew, which was super cool. I was, part of the thing that I had with this was that for a couple of months now, I've been kind of keeping an eye on how the server is playing the water side of the game, and they're not. For the most part. I mean, people own their own boats and they use them from place to place, but there isn't anything like what we're doing, or wasn't. Good Lord. Okay, this is going to be an issue with you, isn't it? You know. It works. So there wasn't anybody doing this, which I thought was... Okay, Robert. I thought it was kind of a shame because there's so much in the game to do that. There, can you... Oh, you're dead. You are bound and determined to get in the back, aren't you? I want you to do this. There you go. Alright. That is quite temperamental. Really? You left the door open. This is not Robert's forte. I get my buggy, which actually will probably use more than anything as a single carrier. But yeah, we can use this for 3 people. The door is open again. Alright. Let's look professional here, people. Total professional. Do a little cleaning up. I don't think I can. That's just real fun. Let's do. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay, good. You can get on this side. I figured you could. But not 100% on how the world works, even though I've been doing this for a while. So, my observation, and this may not be 100% true, but my observation, along with Robert's, is that generally Rhodes is kind of quite a few folks in Europe run characters here out of Rhodes. So it tends to be kind of a little bit more laid back, time-wise. As far as people being on during this hour. But like I said, things start to pick up right around here in the next, probably hour and a half. We'll get quite a few more people that'll start logging in and getting their characters going, or whatever they're up to today. Which is part of the reason why I wanted to kind of start at noon, even though I knew there was going to be very few people on. Seemed like a good time to do this. And oh man, there's a couple of really good folks, well, good RPers in the past that have done this side of the transport thing, doing the coaches. Oh man, I used to watch a couple of folks that was kind of like all they did every day. They would come on and run their coach company. Which is cool, but again, it's a tough life as far as if you're streaming it, because you're gonna have to be used to the idea that most people are probably only going to do the coach or any kind of a transport thing just as a RP, not necessarily to get anywhere or do anything in particular. And good lord, man. Was it War Dog Unleashed? He did this for quite a while. He ran a great circuit around in between all of the cities, but damned if he didn't get held up on a regular basis, and often just shot and left for dead. Which, you know, they can wear on you. Especially since the character that I watched him play most of the time was actually the second character, because he had perma'd the first character in a very, very brutal hold-up. So yeah, this is Mackenzie Manor now, which last night we met Maximilian. I think it was. I know he's called Max, but I'm pretty sure that he introduced himself as Maximilian. Mackenzie. But again, a big part of doing this isn't necessarily being the do-all, end-all transport for folks. The idea behind this is to obviously bring life to the world that isn't being filled out by NPCs. And like I said, gives people the opportunity to RP if they want to. A very realistic situation back then. Did a little bit of research on doing what kind of things cruise type companies did. Mainly looking at the steamships on the Mississippi River as a kind of an idea for how this works. And in this case, we've kind of got it. Usually somebody, there would be another company that would pick up at the docks. But since, and it was originally kind of my plan was the, well, you know, I'll get you here. And then, good luck. Alright, let's put this away. Get our new cart. Punch wagon. Paid 300. We own that. Punch wagon. Alright, so what do we got here? Two up top. I think it's 6. Well, it's got a 6 is 6 is kind of the group cap on the server. What are you doing? Oh, I'm not exactly functioning at this point. 1, 2, 3, probably 8. If I had to guess. Not exactly sure. Enough. Let's put it that way. That is our big old bus there. That's the party bus. But yeah, the other part of this was that I was totally planning on kind of doing more of the cruise side of this, which is why it worked out great when we ran into Remy, as opposed to being a competition. And this also happened quite a bit. Was there were usually a lot of like supplemental companies. Obviously, Remy has a full crew, and he's got some really good plans for what he's doing. And coincidentally, we were both kind of getting this started about the same time, as far as posting up and telling people. Good fishing here. Use live baits, and you get yourself smallmouth bass here, which sell pretty well. Make a pretty good living on them. Get yourself a cart and a bunch of bait, and you're good to go. Alright. Let's take the steamboat back because I need to check what's on it. Let's see what we got. You know we need to restock that. But yeah, basically what I did here is that I've got him loaded out with pretty much, this is all fishing equipment. There's a couple other things if people need food. We've got food. We didn't get water though. That's one of the things we need to do. I think we can do that over on the river nearby. I gotta get that down. Which river is this? Upper Montana. Okay, got it. That would definitely mean there's a lower Montana. Let's see, we got a good team here. Not too bad. Just a good thing to it. So, I did confirm that yesterday with Remy when we got over the competition idea and started kind of talking shop. He said he can make this run in his fastest boat, which I'm guessing is this one. I do know the big one does move about as fast, if not maybe faster. I'm not sure, but I can make it in 5, and that's just rough guess. Looking at it, I haven't actually stopwatched it or anything, but about 5 minutes. And he said that his was 4 minutes and 45 seconds. So that checks out. I kind of thought that was what it was. It was about 5 minutes, and that's on the steamboats. Rowing and canoeing seem to be 7 to 8 minutes each. And again, it's kind of a rough thing. I definitely didn't want to say I can get you there in 5 minutes. because all it takes is one really goofy thing or some crazy scuff situation that you end up swimming. But on average, 5 minutes is a pretty reasonable time. So what I found was riding from Rhodes to Blackwater around the edge of the map, as you do. It takes about 10 minutes to do. So I kind of thought, well, okay, maybe this is something that people would be interested in moving a little faster. Because obviously part of the thing that takes a while is that we don't have airplanes or helicopters or high-speed cars. So getting around the map is usually a good chunk of the time you spend doing stuff. So any way to make that a little bit faster, bonus. I think the other downside to this that I realized was obviously my mods are going to be probably busy. So we do stuff like this. We usually take care of things like this. Why is this caps lock always on? There we go. That is the command there brought up a couple of links. One of those being the Twitch channel. How you get to my YouTube channel is in there as well. If you're watching and you want to help me out, which would be greatly appreciated, if you could go over there and subscribe on the YouTube channel. It doesn't cost you anything. You get notifications when I go live. Because I'm currently running a YouTube simultaneous stream here. We're doing both Twitch and YouTube. But the one thing about it is YouTube basically keeps the videos. I don't know. I haven't seen any limitation on the amount of time they keep them there. But Twitch, depending on like what you're doing. Only keeps them for a certain period of time and then they disappear. So the YouTube channel is kind of the repository if you want to see some of the other stuff that I've done, not just in this RP, but I do kind of multi-game type stuff as well. What was the last one we finished up? Oh, actually, no, that brings me to the one thing that I did want to mention in the stream at some point was that I think it was yesterday they announced that they were going to be Robert, what you doing, buddy? Oh, now you're stuck. All right, we'll work our way out of this. Yesterday they announced that the expanded version of Raji, an ancient epic, was going to be basically released. They've been working hard on it, and if you haven't caught it, it was one of the games that I played before. Oh yeah, we're good in there. Come on, buddy. But yeah, Raji is a pretty cool game put out by an independent game company. I love me some artistic games, and stuff like that. And boy, that one checks the boxes for sure. All right, we're gonna have to do this different. Whoop. Need to pay attention when I'm doing stuff. This is a good time to screw this up. Come on, buddy. Wow. Ooh, keys aren't working quite yet. Let's try this. Can I pull this? Yeah. Cost me 10 bucks. Good lord. That's a big mistake. Alright, we're already in the super negative. That is a successful company, I think, as far as Robert's concerned. Especially when he's not paying the bills. There we go. That's what it's supposed to look like. But yeah, the Raji expansion's coming out, so I will definitely be doing my HC Arcade shows. Actually, that'll actually probably be an HC Media show, because I do really consider that a very beautiful game. And it, not only that, but it's a kind of a fun fighter, that game. And you learn a bunch of stuff. But maybe if you're not familiar with the Indian mythology, it is a hell of a good thing to check out. Alright, let's try our new emote. Is this the one? Fast forward just in case. I ran into a mute yesterday, and I think it was on one of those. Which I shouldn't have, because, you know, kind of the service that I'm paying for here. Knock. Hello? Is, anybody in there? Sheriff? Deputies? Anybody? Hello? Not exactly surprised. Wow. That guy needs an exhaust system. Yeah, so the other part of the reason that I was doing this is because the folks that are playing the law here in this town are pretty serious about it, and doing a fairly decent job of keeping a lot of the criminals, or at least encouraging them not to come here. And the upshoot of that, I can show you here, is that we have a bunch of other players that now are playing civilian characters, meaning that they're not, you know, obviously law or criminals. And they're usually trying to do things like run businesses. We had a couple of new ones pop up this week. Not just the Flatiron Cruise Company, but this little cafe here. Hopefully the scenes will still be up, but they might have dropped off. Oh no, they're here. Yeah, excellent. This is the Mexican restaurant. You can't go inside. It doesn't have an interior. But he's got it set up, and he does kind of this outside cafe thing where you can order a couple of different things. He's got carne asada, pollo, pastor, tacos, burritos, tamales, water, and whiskey. Currently out of tequila, but pretty decent little menu. And so again, that gives people the opportunity to come over here, have a seat, and do their Mexican restaurant RP. I think we're good here, right? We got, didn't really... Oh yeah, that's right. We paid 10 bucks for... $10. No. $10 to crash our boat. Yeah, it's a pretty good price. Which is actually what I was kind of thinking about. Because I haven't really set any prices for any of the stuff as far as transport goes. This is not something Robert worries about. See if anybody's hanging out. Somebody's here. Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
How are you folks doing this morning?
I'm doing fine. How about yourself?
Good, good. I'm actually getting my little company started today.
That's delightful to hear. What is the company?
The Flatiron Cruise Company.
Right.
Yeah, we're basically just hanging out there at the docks. Nothing big. If anybody needs a ride over to Rhodes, I can set you up for that. I haven't exactly got the times down, but it seems to be significantly faster to go that way. And so
I do know it is much faster.
is it? Yeah, I thought so. I definitely got that impression. So yeah, I got a steamer, and over on the other side, they were nice enough over there at the manor to give me access to the barn there, so I could get carts and stuff. So I can basically take people from here to Rhodes.
That's great to hear.
Yeah.
That'll be good if there's like a medical emergency and
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, medical emergency. Also, I wouldn't be averse to helping out the law if they need to get over there real quick.
Yeah.
But I don't expect that it's going to be real busy. I haven't really done much advertising. I just kind of wanted to take it easy today.
well, you can always have your grand celebration of a grand opening at a later date after opening.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly a good idea and a great way to do it.
I know my usual thing is food, but if you offer people free food and free booze, they will come.
Well, yeah, free booze is a gimme. I mean,
I'll just put it this way, free barbecue and booze.
Ooh, hey, I like the way you're
Now
thinking.
that is a quick way to get a lot of people.
That is a good idea. I just need to find somebody that does some barbecuing. That'd be great.
Well, it's pretty easy to barbecue. You can do a pit barbecue, you can do one over roast, you can
Sure.
do a smoke.
Yeah, I'm not very good at cooking. I need to work at it quite a bit.
Well, if you ever decide to do that, you can always ask here at the cafe, at the saloon, if I ever run into Cisco.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, exactly. That's kind of the thing. Is I figured, I was just gonna. Originally, I didn't even have, I hadn't even talked to them over at the manor, whether I could use the docks. So I got a chance to yesterday, and not only do you say okay to that, but also gives me the opportunity to use the stables, which is good because it was kind of I figured it was going to be kind of a rough sell to say, yeah, well, I'll take you over to the docks and then you can walk.
Well, it would be a lot more difficult of a sell, at the very least.
Mm-hmm. But I kind of figured the other good thing about that is that at some point, if people want to do that, we could probably hire. I'm sure there's somebody that would be happy to work at that. And that way, we'd have somebody waiting over there to pick them up and take them right away.
Yeah.
But I just figured I'd just make sure to get into the mode of being in on Sunday here to at least offer it for a couple hours.
Honestly, that's a good idea. And first time you start a business, it's always slow, and The more you advertise, the more word of mouth gets around. I'm sure people will start coming.
Yeah, well, you know, you gotta get it wedged into their brain there that you know, they can expect to find that.
Yep.
Remy's gonna have competition on the water, I see.
Well, you know, it's funny you should mention that. I actually met Remy. I had never met any of those guys. I met him yesterday right here, and that was what he was saying. Was like, oh, good competition. I wish I was competition. I'm not. He's got the whole thing. He's got a crew, and you know, he's got plans and all kinds of other stuff. I don't know. I was just looking to get people from this side to that side.
Oh, exactly.
And,
I'm sure if Remy had an issue, you would know.
Oh yeah, that's what I've heard. Afterwards, you know, after I met him, I kind of asked around, and yeah, it seems like I would have known if there was an issue.
He's a very straightforward guy.
I just offer him a sandwich, and seems I guess I'm on his good side now. So.
Well, hey, that's a cheap buy-off. The majority of it, to be honest, I've kind of got alternate reasons, of course. Mostly because I really think that you know, having people basically trapped on a boat for you know, 5-10 minutes gives me the opportunity to maybe get a story or two out of them.
I mean, that's fair.
Right. Yeah. Well, mainly the big thing is that you know, my real job is I write for a dime novel. So yeah, so getting stories from people here is great. They love stories of this place back east.
The question is, are they sensationalized or realistic?
Yes. How's that? Okay. Here's the thing: is I was a journalist for almost 12 years, and I would say that journalism is more of the sensationalized side of things nowadays, or at least just telling one side of a story, which is not journalism, not anywhere near it.
Meanwhile, I don't even need to sensationalize anything. I can just tell my stories about, well, my brothers.
Okay. I take it they are hell on wheels, huh?
Let me put it this way.
When one is named after a Sumerian king and the other two are named after founders of Rome, you can expect something.
Well,
at the
hell
very
yeah.
least.
Yeah, that is a damn good way to put it. Nicely said.
Alright, well, if any of y'all need me, I'm gonna be sitting in my clinic taking care of, like, the business end of actually running a business.
Right. Yeah.
All right, Lumen.
Yeah, go for it.
Good seeing you all.
Yeah, definitely.
Good seeing you too.
Good luck with that.
Much the same.
Yeah, so basically, you know, this kind of stories that I do, more or less, I try to get as much as possible about everything that happens, or how the story is told, down, and then send it on off east, and they take care of it from there. They've got a couple of bang-up editors that they just hired, and they help write the stories, you know, to make them entertaining for people.
They're dime novels, not newspapers.
Well, there you
Makes
go.
sense.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, especially this, it ended up that the gentleman that owns the dime novel got it as an inheritance, and he was going to get rid of it. But I was like, well, you know, I'll be happy to you know, try it out. And so the first story they sent me on was this rumor that the National League Baseball League was going to be opening up a team there in Saint Denis called the Saint Denis Saints. I was like, well, that sounds great, especially for the National League, because the National League are a bunch of goons.
That
And
the name itself is a bit redundant, is it not?
that's kind of what I thought too. But you know, that's usually how rumored stories go. So they sent me down here to look into it, and not 6 hours after I'm here, I get the impression over at the Bastille that nobody even knows what the hell baseball is here, let alone have a field or any kind of possibility of putting together a baseball team, for God's sake. So, you know, I'm packing up my stuff and on the way out the door and start talking with the folks in the bar. And somebody mentions that there's apparently a deputy that lives on top of Mount Sean that is quite a crack shot, I guess, and also happens to be a squirrel.
Oh, what?
Yeah. So I'm thinking to myself, you know, drunk talk. That's crazy talk. You know, it's obviously these guys have had a bit too much of the sauce. But damned if it hasn't been confirmed multiple times. As a fact, last night somebody even said, yeah, I've seen him. So, you know, that kind of thing is like, okay, well, maybe I should stick around here for a bit and see what kind of crazy things are going on.
Well, now I'm curious myself.
Mm-hmm.
Same.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, that was kind of one of the things. At some point, I'm gonna have to go up there and find out what the deal is with the deputy squirrel. But you know, that and then you know, so I'm sitting there the next day talking to folks, and you know, they're like confirming the story, and I was like, well, that's the damnedest thing I've ever heard. And they say to me, well, that's nothing. There's actually apparently a bank robber that the law have been trying to catch for a very long time. There's a huge bounty on them, like $5,000. And apparently he is not only a criminal genius, but is also a parrot.
That sounds very familiar and worries me.
Well,
Yeah.
exactly. See, that's the response that I get from people when I bring this up. And sure enough, again, this is another one of those situations where I'm like, well, that's just crazy talk. But, you know, people like yourselves suddenly seem to know what I'm talking about, which is, you know,
I
odd.
heard that story in Cincinnati last. It was not
Already-
a good time.
I already got
Best
to
way
Cincinnati.
to get on his good side is to give him gin. That's all I can
Gems.
say.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, you know, I guess that's kind of similar to the macaws. I understand they collect shiny things too. It's very.
Gin, as in the alcoholic beverage.
Oh, gin. I thought you said gems. I gotcha. Okay. Well, it's weird. Anyway, it's still weird, and I was like, okay, well, now I have to stay here, if anything. And so, you know, I ended up hanging out and living there and out of the hotel for, good lord, all the way up to, about a month ago, I moved out here. And so far, it has not disappointed. Folks out here have some great stories to tell.
I'm just over here hoping that my brothers don't decide to visit the state, because that is going to be I don't know if the state can handle it.
Which are you concerned about?
The twins, mostly.
Well, geez.
I can see that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they weren't great, even in the Roman lore.
Well, when you're raised by wolves, that sort of comes with the territory, I suppose.
Fair point. Yeah, well taken. Yeah.
Well, Romulus has built his own punt gun that works. I'll just put it that way. From what he read in a book.
Well, okay. Now, there's obviously some things that might be concerning, but he's reading a book.
I have already raised the concerns as a gunsmith. I
That's great.
Remus is convinced he can build a flying contraption.
Really? Okay.
He's convinced. He's broken
Interesting.
his arm 4 times, his leg once.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's
Luckily, his wife.
obviously.
He has his wife Sharon now, and she keeps him somewhat in line.
Oh well.
Nothing
there you
broken
go.
yet.
Would you mind passing me another plate?
Oh, of course.
Boy, a flying contraption. Imagine that. I mean, I've seen somebody owns a balloon out here. But I don't know how well they own it because over by what was it? Over by trying to think. I think it's in between Ansberg and Van Horn. Somewhere in the woods out there, there is definitely a balloon that
Balloon's one thing,
did not
but-
stay in the air.
I think Gil would do fine out here, but I also worry he would get himself in trouble. Get out of trouble, but then the law probably wouldn't like it.
I suppose.
But from what I can tell, there aren't Pinkertons here, so I think he'd be fine.
Hmm.
You say that. That causes Pinkertons to show up, I've found.
Oh, I hope.
Oh, I hope not, for their sake.
Sure. Well, I'll tell you what. I was lucky enough last night to get the opportunity to interview some folks that do bounty hunting for a living, and I'll tell you, they're not people to be trifled with.
No, you need to be a certain type of person to be a bounty hunter.
Mm-hmm. You know, that was definitely the impression I got from them. Was they were a unique breed. That's for sure.
That they are.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've seen a lot of things out here in my time here, but yeah, definitely, it's probably a rough life for people that are mischief makers.
Well, Gil
It's a
isn't
rough
so
life
much.
for everyone.
The funny thing is, Gil isn't a mischief maker, really. I mean, he's gone to university. He went to school to study history.
Oh, gotta respect that.
Again, appropriate for someone named after a Sumerian king.
True.
I think he could be a professor if he wanted, but after Adriana was killed, he, well,
Yeah. That too. I don't know, can be life changing.
it's never easy watching someone you care about die in front of you.
No. Well, I would definitely agree there. But I'll be honest, that's part of the reason that I got out of journalism. Is they had me doing war correspondence, and it's not definitely changed my life.
I can understand that. Unfortunately, I should probably get some sleep to prepare for my responsibilities. It was lovely
sure.
talking to you both.
Well, yeah, it was very nice to meet you. I haven't got a chance to introduce myself. I probably should do that. It's kind of rude.
It's all right.
My name's Robert Stockton.
All right, Robert, it's lovely to meet you. I'm Lizzie
Okay.
Bastion.
Lizzie, it was nice meeting you, Lizzie, and
Silas Ashfield.
good sleep. Silas,
It's lovely seeing you all. You all take care now.
you too.
You as well.
Have a good day, King. I hope to see you soon.
How's it going, King? Yeah, it looks like you're quite busy.
You need help with anything, or?
Oh, okay. Help you out if you need. Well, let me take a look. Let's see.
The rope I carry on me.
You know, I've got a lasso, if that'll help you out.
Mostly use it for when it's necessary, but I might have some in Berafos saddlebags. I'd have to check that.
Most of the rope I have right now is being used to tie up my boats.
We can have
okay.
a look.
Yeah, saddle isn't, or lasso isn't going to help you there. Oh, well, looks like he's got some. That'll help. Yeah, it was good seeing you again. Have a good day. Awesome. Like I said, never know. Should always stop off at the bar. Word of mouth. Items out today. Damn, this would have been the day. This would be the day right here. It's only 150k right now for the premium virgin Guarma banana. That's such a good bit.
Do you see where she ran off to?
No, she headed out the door. I was finishing off my beer. Oh, there she is. She's right out in the street, right there.
Oh, there she is.
Shoot. I'm gonna have to just buy it outright. Well, you know what? Let's try this. We might as well. I don't think we're gonna get a lot of... 15? Oh god, look at how much of the horse stuff. Tail's gonna have to wait. Excuse me, gentlemen. Good to see you. Good day. $150. Out the door we go. Good lord. The locals are forming herds. Good lord. You okay? Jeez. That is not a happy horse.
It seems
Oh, that's good. No, you're probably right. Get her over to a trough. I'm actually, it's funny. I was just going to get some water. Good job. There you go.
there you go.
There you go. Settle on down. There we go. Good lord. Make sure you head over to the doctor's office when somebody gets over there. Get that taken a look at right away. You never know.
Lumen should be at the at his clinic.
Is he over there? Okay. Well, there you go. You should head over there. How's the, have you heard how the clinic's going at all?
He was saying
Good.
that he's getting ready to start hiring and such.
Oh, well, that's
Getting
excellent.
things in order to run properly.
Yeah, that's exactly what the town needs.
No, of course. Do take care.
Take care. Yeah, that's excellent. I got a chance to go over there and take a look at the place. He's really done a bang-up job with the inside there. It is all ready to go.
I haven't had a chance to walk over yet.
Oh, yeah.
But I will at some point.
Yeah, definitely check it out. It's good to put it on the route. Not only that, but I think there's a Mexican restaurant just opened up down at the end there.
Huh.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I'll keep it in mind if I ever fancy it.
Yeah, looks like they got. I haven't got a chance to look at it, but looks like authentic Mexican tacos. Oh God, you can't beat that. Can't beat that.
No, it's hard to beat, at the very least.
Indeed. But yeah, there's a lot of things going on in Blackwater nowadays.
It sure seems like it.
That's why I figured, maybe this idea of running the shipping thing might be a good idea.
Yeah, it might be. Perhaps I can get my own things off the ground eventually.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you're interested in any of that kind of stuff. I know, I think Remy's still hiring for his shipping company.
No, I'm a gunsmith by trade.
Okay.
So,
Oh, hey, I'll tell you what. There's maybe a guy that you might want to talk to over in Rhodes there, named Henry Steele.
I was thinking either here or in Annesburg, but we'll see.
Well,
I do like the look of the shop up there.
Henry seems like a decent stand-up kind of guy, and I mean, he'd be it might be kind of helpful in giving you some advice and stuff.
Oh, no, I'm on the verge of being a master gunsmith, so I do not believe I need advice, but
Understood.
I just need to get things established.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. The best of luck on that. I mean, it is obviously a very booming trade here in America.
Oh, indeed it is. No, I'm I used to work for the armory in Springfield.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. All right then. Yeah, I've met a couple of folks from the armory back in the day. So it's a
Yes.
quality place.
I took part in bringing in the rifle on my back. as it were.
Okay. I was gonna say that's a beaut. Did you make that yourself?
No, this is a Norwegian pattern figurine.
Oh, okay.
It's from the original armory in Norway.
Interesting. Yeah, that's weird because one of the bounty hunters I hung out with was Norwegian.
Huh. Interesting. No, my father was Norwegian, and I learned the language from him, which happened to help out when acquiring a Norwegian rifle for the American Army.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, they're a solid piece of equipment.
Absolutely.
A lot of the guys that I was reporting on that were stationed, that was what they used. They swore by it.
Mm-hmm. The old guard would swear by the 1888, but
Yeah.
the bolt action, it just brings so much more that the breech loaders could not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely that's at least most of what I've heard from a lot of the folks that use them on a regular basis. The bolt action's the way to go.
Oh, it's my personal preference. I don't like repeating rifles, or at least lever action repeating rifles. There's something odd about them. I will work on them. I will repair them. I will make them as good as I can.
Okay.
But I personally prefer shooting a bolt action.
Yeah, well, again, this is kind of my feeling about it, and this is also something that's been mentioned to me before. Is the thing about the repeaters is there's just so much more mechanics to those, so many more things that can go wrong.
Exactly.
You know.
So many more moving parts, so many more joints. Joints and joints are an issue.
Yeah. Yeah, the bolt action, it's just it's solid. It's a very simple
As long
concept.
as you make sure to clean it every once in a while, it will serve, and it will serve you well.
Mm-hmm. Well, tell you what, I see, what do you got? It looks like you got a Navy there, yeah?
No, Model 3.
Is it a Model 3? Okay. I'm still kind of getting the idea of a lot of the weapons here in the States.
It's quite alright.
But yeah, that what is that what you recommend as far as a good handgun goes?
So, if you're looking for something cheaper, absolutely.
Okay.
But if you have the money available, I absolutely recommend semi-automatic firearms.
Really? Oh, interesting. Okay.
Absolutely. They are... personally, I believe they are the future of pistols, at the very least, if not more.
Okay, I can see that. Yeah, again, it's it's always interesting to get a professional's view on that kind of thing. Because I mean,
it's part of what I do.
You ask some of the other folks, and they'll tell you stuff that I don't know. It sounds kind of like gibberish to me. A lot of.
Everyone has their opinions, their preferences.
True.
I've always been leaning on the side of modernity and new things and trying them out and figuring out if they work. Lever action pistols, dear lord, no. No. They barely work for a rifle. Don't make it a pistol.
That's a good point.
Semi-automatic pistols, and in some part, semi-automatic shotguns have been a major success.
Really?
We see that in the C96, in the C93 ball shot and the C96 Mauser, which are both phenomenal pistols. Even if the ball shot is overly complicated, they work, and they work really well.
Wow. Okay.
And they are way easier for anyone to use than a revolver. The way that the patents and the trademarks and such have been for revolvers have just made them so ingrained in especially American hands.
Right.
But in return, they're cheap. Yes, they absolutely have their use. Single action armies are great guns, and so are Model 3s. Hell, I'm carrying a Model 3 for a reason.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I would rather have 10 slightly weaker shots to rattle off immediately after one another than 6 slightly more powerful shots and then take 30 seconds or 10 to 30 seconds to reload.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. I guess I hadn't really thought of that, but yeah, that's a good idea. You get more downrange with the semi-autos.
Exactly. And they're a lot easier to load as well, whether it's stripper clip or internal box magazine.
Okay. Oh, that's damn.
I would love to see something like the C96 Mauser have the internal box magazine of a Z90 or a C93 ball shot.
Okay.
It would be very interesting.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I could see that. Damn. Yeah, you know your shit. That's impressive.
I would hope I do with the title I have.
You should. That's a good point. Yeah, you did say that you were a pro at this, so yeah, that makes sense. That's really good.
For now, an expert, but hopefully master one day.
One day, yeah. Yeah, well, it sounds like you are well on your way, sir. Should.
I like to think so.
I probably should get over to the docks there, since people might be interested. But again, it was a pleasure meeting you, and man, I will definitely come to you when I'm looking for more information on weapons, because hot damn, it was good stuff.
I'll be happy to help you out.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Take care of yourself, and we'll see you later.
Of course.
That's pretty awesome. That is super awesome. I love me some good realism. And he knows his shit. He definitely knows his shit about the weapons. That was all of the stuff that he said there was some of the stuff that I've seen complained about as far as you know, the game goes, making it a game and not exactly realistic. All right, you, my friend. "45 minutes. Should be able to finish it in that amount of time." Oop.
Take me back to the old dirt road
Mm-hmm.
where Mama and Papa
Wait.
used to go.
This definitely made me a little
Let's
paranoid.
sing all them songs from a long time ago.
Let's see if that gets muted. Trying to figure out exactly which one it is, but I'm not going to play a huge chunk of it because I don't want it to wipe out the audio. Fortunately, yesterday's mute was more due to I was doing it on the river. And like I said, I am very confused as to why it got muted. And definitely going to bring this up with Epidemic Sound. Which is, by the way, what I'm using here is Epidemic Sound. I'm quite happy with it. Not exactly everything that I was looking for, but a good portion of what I was looking for. Afternoon. Let's see. Oh yeah, my park spot. This would be a good place for him to kind of hang out and wait for people. Waltz. Oh, damn it. A good spot. Good enough. Doo-doo-doo. I think that's the default, but whoop. "10 minutes. And the other thing that we need here that Robert would have good enough. Okay. So, we've been going about, let's see, an hour and 40 minutes. So far no passengers, but that's kind of, honestly, kind of what I was hoping for. I'm still a little tired from last night. And gonna take a minute here to get myself something to drink. and maybe something to chew on, and we'll be right back with more sailing on a Sunday afternoon here on the PRC. Thanks again for joining me, everybody. I appreciate you guys being here, and hope you have a great day. Is there nothing coffee can't solve? Like being conscious. Welcome back to some more sailing on a Sunday afternoon. I hope you guys are having a great afternoon, morning, evening, whatever it is in your version of reality right now. And thanks for joining me here on the Twitch stream today. My name's Adamos. I haven't introduced myself. I do quite a few things. One of those, well, more than one, I guess. Put this up again. Anybody that's just joining us. This is harmless content. A little thing that I've been doing for quite a while now. Harmless Content is a radio show on the trekradio.net station. If you go on over there, there's live streaming. 360 Live 365 is the service that we use, so it's all fully bonded and legal use of music stuff. So it's like a regular radio station, except for it's a crazy one that lets me do stuff on it. And I do that on Sunday nights. So tonight at 10 p.m. we'll be doing another Harmless Content stream. And then also on Tuesdays, we do a show, sort of. I should probably backtrack. The show on Tuesday night takes place at midnight, Eastern, I don't know, Standard or Daylight. I don't know what we're in. Either way, it's midnight Eastern. But here's the thing, is that what it has actually turned into is the DJ that's on before me. You'll see him around here from time to time. He's one of my mods, Gigi Hick. He does a show, which is a great little news show. He finds articles, talks about those articles, and then, kind of gets the back and forth between the folks that hang out in Discord. And, well, he made the mistake one day of saying, hey, would you like to jump on and, at the halfway through my show and do maybe 5 minutes, let us know what's coming up on your show. Well, that has now turned into like a 3-hour back and forth about everything under the sun, which is sometimes interesting to listen to, and sometimes it's just me jabbering about crazy things. But we do that on Tuesdays. You can catch that over on trekradio.net. There's actually stuff going on pretty much all day there. We have a DJ Blind. She does all kinds of radio stuff. If you want to join on in, if you go hang out in the Discord there with her, she'll just play whatever you want. You can just basically set the playlist for the station, hanging out with her. So you can catch that on Tuesdays over there on trekradio.net. And then I do another show on Thursdays called the Thursday Night Watch. I do it on the Trek Radio official website, Trek Radio official, all one word. And Dirty Cheetah, what's up, dude? No, okay, you would not be wrong. You would not be wrong at all. Yeah, this is one of the things that I'm working on doing a little bit more. Is trying to get Red Dead streaming as something I try to do. Obviously, with things like doing the radio shows and stuff like that, I don't always have time for that. And you know how it is, man. Like, for example, last night, I got in and was planning on basically just covering the memorial service. And I had scheduled a possible interview with a great group of bounty hunters, and ended up doing that as well. And so I got to bed about 5 o'clock in the morning, and I got up about 7:30. So yeah, that's all. It's kind of how that, if I'm going to stream this stuff, it's what's going to happen, because as you can see, I can just keep going with the stuff and not stop. Ever think of going to Wild RP? Actually, Robert is on Wild RP. We actually started on Wild RP with a character named George Anderson, who is a very confused individual. You can actually, I'm pretty sure you can catch those VODs. The only thing is that the VODs are on my other account. I used to go under the name Cap Atomos, C-A-P-T Atomos, Captain Atomos, for the truck radio stuff. And I ended up switching over, and in the process of switching over, found out that it wasn't quite as easy as it used to be in order to get to the YouTube name, whatever you wanted it, as opposed to, what is it now? V equals ESKP, whatever. A whole string of stupid characters. But yeah. Yeah, you're hanging out on Wild? Excellent. Yeah, man. At some point, maybe I probably will bounce over on there. I'm just kind of, like I said, I'm kind of getting things going here, mainly because, we're waiting for the update to happen. And even though it shouldn't have on an RP server, the population plummeted very quickly when people found out they couldn't grind stuff. It was so weird to me. Like, okay, well, I guess I understand that. But man, that has been like 3 months now. And there's a whole server here. And they've got some cool stuff. I do like Wild. But let me just say that Robert's lifestyle and basically semi-permanent knockdowns is not very good. I emptied out my inventory so many times. Over so many stupid things like glitches and other things, I got killed, and it was just kind of like, oh, yeah. Yeah, you do have the same problem? Right on. Yeah, well, like you said, maybe I'll think about firing it up. And I think that one's also the one. I've got a weird electrical scientist that I was kind of kicking around the idea of working with on that server. But I'll tell you what, right now it's pretty busy. And again, I'm I'd rather have a lot of people that want to do it over there doing that. Yeah, man, that was exactly what I found. Is that, and granted, you can totally exploit the system here. Just basically getting killed over and over again with no consequences. But I think majority of the folks that are here respect the idea that you're down, and and need help. But they don't. I just wiping out your entire inventory and taking all your money and everything because let's say, for example, I'm standing just outside of Blackwater here, and a cougar just spawns in and kills me, and nobody's ever gonna find him. And even though I had mentioned I was going out of town, that's exactly, well, that was the thing, was that I actually had done a custom thing. I had a great custom weapon and everything, all gone. Spent a stupid amount of money on it, and what it ended up being was like what you're talking about, is I was grinding just to get back the stuff that I wanted, and couldn't really do much RP while doing that. And I was kind of like, all right, well, this doesn't work for the story that I want to tell, for the character that I want to put out there, so he works better here. It was kind of part of the reason that the Robert that's over there is not as much. George's character works much better for that server, which, like I said, I may just kick it back. I'd kicked the tires on it a couple of weeks ago and done it. Oh, 100%, dude. Hey, what's up? No, I'm not gonna buy followers, so that's what's up. Yeah, bye. First time chatters. Yes, that is not a coincidence. 100%. As a matter of fact, his last name Stockton is what S stands for. And Robert is his dad's name. and 100%. That's what I wanted to do, was somewhat of a tamed down version of the Gonzo Journalist, which works great for this. It is so good. Well, it also, that has to do with the fact that I generally have slowly acquired this voice over time from listening to a stupid amount of his stuff. And the other part of this is that when I decided I was going to do the character, what I did was I actually bought a bunch of the audiobooks. So I could kind of listen to it, so I could get like some of the terminology and phrasing stuff down a little bit better. And again, when you just constantly listen to that, it suddenly becomes how you talk as well, or at least how I talk. And that might be part of what you're hearing. The other part of that too is that if you are interested in his stuff, I highly recommend the audiobook for Fear and Loathing at Rolling Stone. It is amazingly well done. And part of what I try to do in my my interviews is I'm trying to do these interviews a little bit more like how he describes his interaction and interview with Muhammad Ali. Because, like, you could get an interview with Ali. He was more than happy to talk to you about bullshit stuff. A lot of the time he was, you know, he was always good about that. He was on point with most of the politics and stuff that he was asked about. But he was very guarded about a lot of things. And just for some bizarre reason, him and Thompson just hit it off. Which, again, Thompson hits it off with, like, the complete opposite end of the spectrum. As far as maybe his values or even just his lifestyle goes in some cases. And it's so good. Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah. I would almost guarantee that that you do have a little bit of it going. It's definitely something I've noticed, and I really do appreciate is a lot of the cases, especially a lot of the streamers I watch who RP a lot, start to definitely, when they are out of character, they sound a lot like their character at that point. I'm really trying hard. I've noticed in going back and watching my VODs that my persona starts to fall apart after about 4 hours or so. I start to just regular talk, and yeah, I gotta work on that. But oh no, yeah, that's exactly it. And see, this is the thing, and this was the tough part, is trying to figure out what pieces and parts of him that I wanted to kind of work with in this character. And definitely, like everybody has already kind of noticed, he doesn't carry a weapon, which is super weird for Thompson. Thompson just constantly, he was such a huge fan of handguns and shotguns and stuff. If you get a chance to, one of the things I highly recommend is look up on YouTube Hunter Thompson and Conan O'Brien. You could probably do a search for shooting or drinking or guns. Any one of those things would probably work. And it's such a good interview. They went out and basically drank and shot just some crazy weapons. And it was really funny because Conan is just he's not a gun guy. And Thompson was so good about making sure. Loon? Really? Loon is a banned word? Is that some term that I don't know about nowadays? Oh yeah, no, he was crazy. Yeah, no, Thompson did stuff that would be considered super crazy nowadays. But honestly, I kind of get the impression that during that time period, maybe not as crazy as we perceive it nowadays. But also the other part of Thompson's stuff and the reporting and what people know about him is this persona, this character that he even pointed out. One of the things that really bummed him out was the fact that Doonesbury did that character Duke, and he was like, "Well, you know, I'm not even an author anymore. I'm just an entertaining cartoon," and it really bummed him out, which, you know, was kind of a thing. But still, like, especially like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, that story is so good because a lot of what he's doing is he's using the hallucinations and stuff as a shock tool to get people to maybe pay attention to it, or sometimes it's a weird outside metaphor for something else. And I love it because one of his things was the fact that there's no such thing as objective journalism. It's just never going to happen because everybody brings to it their life experiences. The writer, the editors, everybody. So what you're always getting, even from like the most reputable sources, is still a perspective. And yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, Gilbert Gottfried, man, what a loss this year. But, you know, it's going to be the way the world works, right? Yeah, that is always one of the things. And I remember that was kind of the whole thing about the Affleck thing, that he had a big fight with them. Because, again, that's another one of those, man, how would you like your life to be? Say Affleck. Just say Affleck. After that, shut up. We don't want to hear anything else you got to say. Just say that. Do like the duck thing. It's funny. And, yeah. It reminds me of going to see Bobcat Goldthwait. Man, heart goes out to stand-up comedians. I tried it for a while. And so rough, such a rough life, man. Yeah, it's a little sad, but you know, again, it's a part of the life that they kind of work. It's what they chose to do, and in a lot of cases, man, just getting people to laugh is so much more rewarding than all the other bullshit that you have to put up with in order to have that time. To be in front of an audience. Mine was more about the fact that I was going to confront the fear of even talking to people. Which worked. We'll say worked. We'll go with that word. What you up to, Robert? All right, it's been 10 minutes. This is perfect. I'm so happy about how this worked out so far today. No passengers, just word of mouth. Because my Sunday afternoon streams were basically just watching me grind fishing, which is fine. I can do that actually off stream though. And I can use this as a vehicle to teach people the stuff for fishing if they want to learn it. Yeah, dude, I definitely respect that style of doing things, because I can't. Man, I have this definite obsessive compulsive situation going on where a lot of the time, and this comes across obviously when I talk to, which was part of the reason I couldn't become a professional DJ, is because my brain's triple checking everything that I say and editing along the way. And yeah, it's part of that, doing the scholar side of stuff. And again, you know, love my parents, but they definitely warped my brain into a well, you can't say that unless you know that. I've been doing a better job about it. I've definitely been doing a better job about the mistakes, which was kind of the nice thing about last night. After I got done off the stream, I actually was like, well, okay, that was what I was hoping for. It worked out the way I wanted it to, and that's great. But a lot of the time, I can't do that. Yeah, man, I am so looking forward to, like I said, I've got a couple of really great, like, idiot-type characters that I want to do. And I think it'll be really super helpful for me, for all of the RP that I do, to get into more of that. Doing a jokey-type character, or maybe even a super serious type character. I've got, like, two that are part of the reason that I'm doing this this little company thing is because the characters fit into this, and that's basically what it's going to be. Is I'll create those characters and they'll do this the boating stream stuff. But myself, I grew up on the Great Lakes, and this is like day one stuff, man. Doing a lot of boating. Good lord, I can't tell you how many boats I worked on. Especially in the summers, man. That was such a good gig for 10, 11-year-old to clean teak on the luxury yachts and stuff, and get rides out on that, and man, so good. Right now there isn't any. That's part of why I'm doing this, is that the boating RP is it's basically, you can, since boats are really not that expensive, everybody pretty much owns their own boats, and so anytime they need them, they pop them and they're done. And that's it's great and all, but it does kind of cut down on a little bit of the RP stuff that you can do. But that's part of why I made this point of doing this and trying to get into the habit of doing this every Sunday, is because basically what I'm saying is, hey, there's a guy here that's going to be going back and forth between these two locations all the time. So, if you want to be the mad pirate, Sundays might be a good day for you to try that. It is. And I'm using that as the selling point, is that it is faster between the two locations. Now, it's not a great selling point because, it's also a bizarre RP breaker for people, unless they're really going for it, because if you leave everything over on one side of the lake and then it all appears over on the other side, we kind of usually let that go a little bit, but it's a thing. Hey, how did your horse get there before you did? Good point. Yeah, I could see that. Definitely. Like I said, I really do like how they set this up on here. The skills stuff is really cool. I like the fact that, as you become better, you basically learn more. So there's definitely that expansion to it. But it also does, kind of encourage, like for myself, I can't tell you how many times I've logged in here and sat and just brushed a horse just so that I could get it leveled up a little bit, so that it wasn't freaking out every time I got near the damn thing. But at the same time, it's it's a game mechanic, and in order to work with it, you work with it. But yeah, that would be cool to have like a piloting skill for this, or have something similar to how they have the horse thing set up, where you get better at working with the horses, or you bond with them is the way they kind of work it out here. And in doing that, you get access to a little bit more stamina, a little bit faster, that kind of stuff. And like I said, that would be great, because again, that would be another nice thing. But again, I'm just happy that it's a cool RP server, and that it's got such a good community that rolls with it. Because it really does make it a lot of fun. Like I said, to do this particular character here is really fun for me. My character on the radio that I've been doing for 12 years is also sort of an offshoot of the Thompson ideals, but a little bit more of Lewis Carroll concept stuff, where a lot of what I'm saying is Cheshire Cat type talk, where it doesn't appear to mean anything, or what I'm saying doesn't really mean exactly what I say, but still okay. I get what you're saying there with the wild thing, but I'll tell you what, there's some really great features there on wild that are really nice little items. I really like some of the system stuff they have set in there. I like gambling. That is very cool. Again, another good little RP thing that you can kind of mess around with. But yeah, definitely I like a lot of the stuff that they have set up. Let's see here. What should we take this time? Need to practice with another one of these. I'm not going to take the big one. Let's take the overland coach. This should be, that's what I thought. This is going to be a pain in the ass. Okay, guys. There you go. Okay. So there's a downside to this. God. How do we get out of here? Alright. You can figure this out, Robert. You got the skills, my man. The 70-point turn to get out. Oh, God, and there's a hitching post on the other side, so I'm not going through that bad boy. There we go. There you go. A little bit better. Okay, I see. Yeah, dude, I totally expected in that interaction. I was like, all right, well, I'm getting arrested. Here's a dude just wandering around, especially with what was going on the server at the time. I was like, yeah, this is classic. And like I said, that's part of his thing too, is obviously being a little fishy. He's definitely not your upstanding citizen, shall we say? But at the same time, he's clearly a chaotic neutral, if anything. Which is a great, like I said, it's always been kind of my favorite place to be, is the chaotic neutral. Yeah, it's not really going to cause harm, but it might be a little crazy. Might do something weird. And it's funny you mentioned that, because I was just thinking about that. That was like real early time novel. I think that was actually the very first event that Robert covered, quote unquote, in a sports nature out here. Was that little horse racing event that they had. And it was such a cool stream, because I got a chance to meet all of the rangers. Of course, not a good way to meet them, but a way to meet them. I figured that was going to be how it basically played out for him. And yeah, the whole, well, that was the one thing, was that the dime novel thing. I've always, even when I was a kid, dime novels I always thought were kind of a neat idea, because they were basically, kind of set up as the illiterate book. And they wanted to sell those as for people that just couldn't read. So it was basically the comic book. It was like the very first comic book. So I'm all about that. To bring it onto the server at that time, and to kind of go, yeah, I'm a news reporter. No, I don't work for the newspaper. And that was totally the thing with meeting. Was it Liam was running the newspaper then? It was because part of the thing with what I'm doing is it's obviously the dime novels are actually the streams. And that's kind of the whole point behind this, is that, really streaming is kind of like that medium, except for it's individual in the way it works. But yeah, I knew it was going to be sus as hell from the very beginning. And that was part of the, like I said, kind of the fun, and like trying to figure out, all right, what are you going to do in this situation? And if you remember, that was like immediately, like as soon as, I think it was you that asked me, like, can you put, do you mind if we search you? And I was like, immediately went into hands up against the wall, which was really funny, because what I thought was really funny about that was, again, the whole point behind him is that he makes a spectacle out of himself no matter what. And, oh, you were the one, okay, I thought you were the one that searched, but I wasn't sure. and definitely, I still don't even understand how that game mechanic works, but I tend to usually watch the Lost streams and don't really pay attention to the mechanics of what they're doing so much as how they're doing what they're doing. And especially with that, he always is in some weird way standing out. Whether it be like this, where he's got the the explorer hat thing going in a obvious cowboy hat world, but also the explorer hat thing is a Thompson thing, like hands down. Which is part of the reason that I was like, I really got to do a character like that. Yeah, the other thing too, okay, and to my defense, part of that was just complete and utter ignorance of how the system ran here. How you did stuff, what the key commands were, a lot of that stuff. And I'm still, to this day, I would say that I am probably about a 30% at any of that stuff. I am definitely noob level, and will feel that way probably for years if I continue to mess with it. But, every day you learn something new. But yeah, there was not only that, but I forget what it was. Oh, that's what it was. I was testing out the idea of using the stream or the cinematic in the stream and how I could use it, and like how I could work with the music in it and all of that stuff. And that when you, I think it was you, and I think it was Crimes was with you, or it might have been Woody. Came across me out in the middle of a field, like way away from where we were supposed to be, and sure enough, I ended up in just doing that and just completely missed target by like such a huge way. Yeah, dude, I totally get that. That's part of the reason I think that I've been a game player ever since I can remember. Is because, especially with video games, I'm always learning. It kind of helps that obsessive, I have to learn stuff thing. It was Crimes, okay. See, it's great because Crimes was the reason that Robert moved out to Blackwater, because he was the sheriff there. Ironically, he quickly became not the sheriff there and basically left right as soon as I moved in. But kind of worked out good because the story that's going there now, I think is more like what I've always read the classic dime novels were. Is basically the kid that was just a deputy and didn't really know what he wanted out of it, ends up being the sheriff just out of the blue. And really, man, Kate Madison is just amazing at off the cuff RP and then rolling with it. And Sheriff Jackson is such a great character. For so many reasons, like I said, and I love the fact that Robert has had a weird interactions with Jackson every single time for no particular reason. Hey, what's up, Undead Blank? Good to see you back, man. Glad you can make it for sailing on a Sunday afternoon. I know, we're still working on this. Okay, yeah, I need a lot of practice with this bad boy. Right, yeah. No, that's a good point there, Cheetah. The, what you said there on the, about the Spectrum thing, because yeah, that is a huge part of just kind of messing with it, especially games and stuff. This one, I don't think. Yeah, this one. No, this one doesn't work. That's right, because it's right next to the conveniences. But yeah, man. Like I said, the story over in Blackwater, I thought was just when Crimes was the sheriff there, was again another one of those super intense times between the law and the crims. And it was such a good little place to be just kind of the observer, the outsider. That it was kind of like, yeah, I should make this his new home or place to work with, and it's been really good for him. Doing great, Undead Blank. Thanks for asking. Appreciate it. I say great, and that is a caffeine infused great. Interesting to know. You think so? It won't sit with the modern audience? I could see that. And part of the thing too, and when you're talking about the modern audience thing, and this is one of the things that I really wanted to do all week. I have been pretty much waiting for the memorial service, because some of the folks here that are watching are new to the idea of RP, which is kind of why I have started doing it a little bit more. And, well, it's indirectly tied into a story that I've done over on the radio station for a while. Howdy. And basically, I wanted to kind of show people a lot of the stuff with RP and how it worked. And the memorial service, I don't know. I am normally, in real life, I am not a fan. I really despise a lot of the funeral stuff and stuff that goes with that. I don't know. A lot of the time, it's I don't know. It feels like a weird moment for some of the people that are involved in a very weird, like, oh, I have to do this sort of thing. And I don't know. I think it should be more out of love than a feeling of, oh my god, I have to go deal with this. But one of the great things about especially stuff with RP servers is when somebody that has a character that is, like an Ash Randall type character, that everybody pretty much knows or has interacted with and has dealt with in a good or bad fashion. When that character is no longer available to be seen as a part of anybody's stories, it has a certain kind of interesting impact. And it's in a weird sort of way. Like I said yesterday, what was the line that I used or that I said was, it's weird to have the feels about ones and zeros, which is a really neat part of roleplay that I think is something that a lot of people maybe aren't familiar with, and how the story stuff in RP works. Because basically, I got rid of the whole idea of watching television or a lot of the television stuff just because it bores the crap out of me now. It's in a lot of cases just I can predict it, which isn't right for telling a story a lot of the time. And they tend to be retreads of things that you've already seen 100 times over. But, you know, there's definitely stuff that I really enjoy. But I'd rather just watch people RPing. And then, especially nowadays, that modern Star Trek, you're not a fan? Or kind of? Oh, don't, dude. Okay, Undead Blank. First off, your perception of how I do this is very off. It is, a lot of the time I am very, not talking. But this is something that I've been working on and trying to be a part of. It really does help that you guys are interacting a lot. Because if you want to listen to me babble about stuff, it's really not very entertaining. Not a fan of the new Star Trek stuff. Have you got a chance to catch Strange New Worlds yet? Because I haven't. And here's the irony of this: I work for a Star Trek radio station. Yeah. Well, I totally get that. I totally do that. I'm very guilty of that. Okay. Excellent. Yeah, you know what, dude? That is 100% what you just... The second part there, but not getting my hopes up. I think that is a big part of a lot of stuff nowadays. And here's okay, my 2 cents. Part of the problem that I think a lot of people have is a perception of getting what they want out of the story that they're going to get. Maybe previously they had seen a particular story or something about a show. Good example, Next Generation. In Next Generation is... I like... The original series I like. But the original series is, it kind of caught me at a time in my life where I was like, all right, it's cardboard, right? It's a giant hand holding the starship. How, okay. But when I got into Next Gen, I was at a kind of a nice point in my life where I was like, oh, okay. So, and I really started to get into that stuff. But needless to say, when they, are like, okay, now we're gonna do another show, and it's called Deep Space Nine, and not my thing. I respect it. I know a lot of people love it, but and I think Deep Space Nine was the point at which I went, oh, you know what? I don't have to like something just because it's part of the same thing. And that's definitely the thing. And probably the most recent one would be people's opinions about Picard. Picard to me is, again, like I said, I was a TNG fan, and he was the first captain that we saw really that was not Kirk. Definitely not Kirk. And man, I'll tell you what, Patrick Stewart is amazing. It's one of my all-time favorite actors. If you haven't seen, what was it called? Blunt Talk, as the show that he did, where he basically did he was a left-wing talk show host, very almost militant, but I'll be honest, it was very Hunter Thompson, because he was big into doing cocaine and all kinds of other drugs and stuff. As a matter of fact, I think the very first one starts off with him basically passed out in an alley. And it's so good. Old man yells at the clouds. I could see that. I could definitely see that. Yeah, Patrick Stewart was he brought his theatrics to just a next level in some of the stuff that he did, especially for that. And like I said, Patrick Stewart, if you catch him in Blunt Talk, it is so different. It is such a great thing. It's so much fun. See, that's what everybody has said. It's basically the complaint that I get from folks as far as Picard goes. That is 100% it. Is that they really don't like it or what it's got in it. I don't know what to say about it other than to me I'm glad that they got the work. That's about as much as I can say about it. I watched, I think the first 3 episodes, and I haven't seen any of it since. Because I got what I could get out of it. And a lot of the time, and I think this was what I was saying a little bit earlier, was that people, especially with shows like these, where they're kind of expecting something, and they didn't do as bad a job with it with Strange New Worlds, but they really did some really hardcore baiting in no, you're gonna see this. This is what it is. And unfortunately, when you do that, you end up with the the Star Wars trilogy, prequel trilogy syndrome, where people's ideas and the things that they had come up with in the 20 years in between seeing the original trilogy and then seeing the next one, was very, very off. And and that turned into probably some of the greatest hate of a character I think I've seen with the whole Jar Jar Binks thing. Was that in doing what they the way they kind of did it, people's imaginations are far more creative, and people's like ideas about the characters and what they like about them and what they want to see them do is, and you know this as well as anybody that does RP. That might not be the best idea, is to have your audience tell you how to do it. And you know what's going to happen is they're going to be mad about that, especially with Star Wars. That was kind of the big thing. Was that I think people's idea of what the Old Republic was a little bit better than what we saw. And I think that might be part of it, is that a lot of cases, and this is an old Roddenberry thing, is that the executives, the folks that make the decisions, and granted this is part of what they have to do, is they have to make these decisions because they're playing with a lot of money in a lot of cases. And so they have to make decisions, and in some cases they're not the best informed people to make those decisions about how a show should work, or what should be done, or what should be said with that particular show. The great thing about the original Star Trek is the fact that Gene was pretty much, they just gave him kind of a blank. And there's a great interview that I play with him where he talks about, like how he had to deal with the network executives in trying to do the show, and how what was very, very much considered subversive writing for the time, very much along the lines of like the Smothers Brothers, where you were telling a very political story in the guise of a family television show. And it is what it is. And yeah, you really think so? You think the inexperienced sci-fi writers? I can see that. You definitely see that. Because here's my thing. My personal favorite, and when we had talked about this on the radio show the last couple of weeks, is that my personal favorites of all of the stuff from Star Trek, because I think it's a super important example of a technical science fiction for the masses, is that my two favorite shows out of all of that, first off would be the Star Trek the Animated Series, and then second, I think the best is Star Trek Lower Decks, and mainly because well, I'm a huge animation fan to start with, but I think it doesn't, neither one of those really take themselves 100% seriously, and in a lot of cases they're doing things that are really like I said, part of the reason I like the animated series is because anytime I used to get into arguments with people that would want to sit around and go canon and get really angry about some very, what I considered very backgroundy type thing, and basically bad-mouthing the writers and everybody else's work because they didn't like some little side thing, is that I'd always bring up Giant Spock, and that usually ends the conversation, or traveling and meeting the devil, both subjects that are definitely approached in the animated series, which then of course I get well, that's not canon, and okay, we'll do that then. We'll pick and choose what we just consider products of that particular science fiction. Marketing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you. Marketing. I can't say enough. Also, part of the thing that I try to bring to some of the stuff as far as the streaming stuff goes is one of my the reason that I got into stand-up and doing stand-up comedy was because of Bill Hicks, which if you're not familiar with Bill Hicks, look him up. It's not a bad bit of comedy. I'm a huge fan of Bill Hicks. And one of the things he talks about is how the idea of marketing went from informing people about things to telling people what they like. And unfortunately, people like to go with that. Good. I'm glad you do. It's probably part of the reason that like I said, we kind of hit it off with our characters and stuff, is because there's a certain perspective on reality that Bill Hicks is very tuned into. And if you don't believe it, you can go back and play any of his stuff right now, and it all fits. It is almost disturbing in some cases how you just change the names. And what he's talking about is exactly the same problems that we had then, and like you said, they're the same problems that are to continue until we realize certain things about humanity. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just yapping here. Hope you guys are enjoying what I'm doing. Whoa! Like I said, God, I love sunrises and sunsets in this game. Yeah, it's amplified, 100%. But that's how time goes. Is that as we kind of move along, everything that's like that becomes even more amplified, which is tragic. But we have to. This is part of the. If you don't learn your lesson, you're gonna repeat it, and we're working on it. There are definitely some things that have changed, especially since I was a kid, that I never thought was going to change. The idea of female astronauts was kind of like, yeah, right. We're going to do that. We're not going to do that. And it's pretty standard. So you take some good things with definitely some bad stuff. You kind of go with it. But yeah, it's tough. It's a tough nut. It's part of the reason that I do this. Yeah, 90s was definitely a cool time for me as well. I'm definitely a little bit older, but yeah, that was definitely an interesting era. It kind of reminds me of the 20s. At least all of the stuff that I read about the 20s, it's very, very similar to that, especially with like the Cold War ending, and especially the way that the world economy went. It was, man, a boom time. But with the good comes the bad. In the 90s, I owned a web design company, and did a lot. That's really where I started to get into a lot more of my computer side of what I know nowadays. Yeah, well, everybody's at each other's throat, and it seems weird, but I can tell you that this is not new to me. I've seen that once before. The 70s, the end of the 70s was pretty close to this, and the 80s kind of turned into more of a polarizing time, where people became more segregated like they are now. Where it got to the point where, like, when I was in high school, kids that were good friends growing up suddenly became the kid that you were going to beat up on the playground because they said something mean about the president. And it was weird. It was really weird to go to from everything's cool, we're good, to suddenly that. Yeah, social media is a big part of it, but good with the bad. We don't do what we're doing right now. We don't get to exchange and kick back and forth ideas over this distance without it. And like I said, I think it's very corrupting but at the same time, it's also very, very useful tool. Because I can tell you that I know nothing about this time period. It's weird, but in my history, in what I learned in history, especially the turn of the century, was kind of like, and then the Civil War happened, and then the 20s, and then World War I, and that was pretty much where it went. And there was like something about cowboys, but very much a huge gap in what I knew about it. And a big part of my fear in doing Red Dead was the fact that I didn't really know what was going on here. My concern about ruining other people's immersion by kicking out the jams, dudes. God, that doesn't date me. But you get the idea. Is that I was concerned about that, and I know a lot of people maybe aren't as much concerned about it, but. Again, this is something that was something that I was taught. Was you don't do something half-ass and just pretend like you don't know what you're doing. You have to look into it, and it's one of the things I really enjoyed about getting started and doing this stuff. We probably did. I was, I went to... Wait, was that yesterday? No. I didn't go out to Strawberry. You mean, for the wake? Because, I think the only time I got out to Strawberry was, on Friday for, the book reading. Which is so good. So great. I'm so happy. Part of the reason I really wanted to start the shipping company was because he was reading Treasure Island. One of my favorites. It's a big part of my character and Star Trek is Treasure Island. Some of my crew are straight up the crew from that. But the only time I was in Strawberry was for that, and not for very long. Robert, he's kind of all over the place. Because, he's, like I said, a freelance journalist. And he's a retired, technically, freelance journalist. He doesn't do that anymore. Because it was, in his story, he was basically a war correspondent that has seen the other side. And come back. With the help of the gentleman that owns the dime novel. Okay, right on. Yeah. Actually, I run into you like downtown, right? Yeah, exactly. You were the one that led us up the hill. Awesome, dude. I really appreciated that because, like I said, I knew it was there, and it's been a couple of weeks since I went to the book readings. And so I already knew I was late to start with. Also, a weird trait that Robert has started to pick up is being late for stuff. And yeah. All right, we got 15 minutes here. If there's anybody hanging out. And a couple of folks.
I don't know when I left or how I got back or when I got back or...
Howdy.
Howdy.
I kind of lost you. I asked around because the last thing I remember, you were following me out the medical office, and then suddenly I realized you weren't there.
Don't do their thing. I hate to bump in. Awesome. Yeah, man. Like I said, I love the people on PRC. It's so fun to work with you guys because I know not knowing maybe something I can... here's the thing. I watch a lot of streams. Not just PRC, but Wild, New Day, everybody. And so in a lot of cases, I know what I'm supposed to ask, which is a little weird. But I kind of know where to go for a lot of stuff. And I need to work on figuring out a way. Okay, to figure out a way to get Robert to ask the right questions. And I know I can do that really well with, especially the people that are playing law. Man, I'm so happy you guys do what you do. Right? Excellent. But yeah, I appreciate it. And yeah, that was very cool. Like I said, I don't know. I enjoy the ideas that they come up with, especially for like the book club thing. On the dime novels, one of the things that's a feature of the dime novels is this it's a one-sided conversation that Robert has with the owner of the dime novel, his friend Edward, which is basically like, man, I am doing everything I can do to avoid being 100% basically taking stuff from letters from Thompson. But I like to go through, read them over and over again, and then try to pull that energy and create a letter that is somewhat amusing. Also tells the story that I want to tell as far as Robert is concerned, and some other stuff. And it's always very challenging, but it's a really great part of what I like in the dime novel start of this. And I really like this too, because this is, man, I have a lot of fun with this stream, even though, as you can see, let's see, have I interacted with anybody? I don't think so. Probably should. At least not recently. Morelina. We got to, I think, 10 minutes. We'll serve a reset. But yeah, a lot of the cases, it's especially with working with the law here, is that Robert is he's got to be neutral, and it's really a weird place for me because I bring obviously my bias into situations, so. I can't remember exactly what dime novel, but back when I think it was the single-digit ones, where Robert got his first kidnapping, and ended up, it was so good. It was a lot of fun. And in that, it was kind of funny because the kidnapper was totally trying to put on, the threatening side of things, which Robert takes as, like, fascinating. So he starts asking a whole bunch of questions, starts doing some really weird, disarming kind of actions. Like, at one point, I was driving the cart, and he just basically jumped in and was holding him hostage there. So at one point, I just jump out of the cart and drop a whole bunch of oranges on the ground. And I'm like, dude, you got to eat. Make sure you're eating, because you got to keep your strength up for, what you're doing here. And just this total, you could tell there was just this weird confusion to, you should be acting differently, I think. And that's going to be totally his way of working with everything. And like I said, he originally started interviewing the Rangers out west, because that was originally my idea, was that he, would the first couple of dime novels should be in order to bring people in to read them, they would be about stories of the victory of the law, good over evil, I guess, or order over chaos. And that was a lot of, especially in interacting with some of those guys. Now, I wasn't doing a whole lot at that time either, because I was still trying to learn a lot of things and figure out how I was going to play the character. So there's just brief interactions. I had to, I spoke with Crimes for maybe 5 minutes one time, and considered that a victory as far as being able to talk with the law for Robert at the time. Now, as Dirty Cheetah was saying, Also, Robert's interactions with the law have been weird at best, and downright strange at worst. But the best has definitely been Sheriff Jackson and Robert's interactions. And the best part about it is I don't think, in a lot of cases, like, I kind of keep switching up his outfit and making sure that he's not always, like, immediately recognized, because he's, you know, he's supposed to be like the outsider, the outside observer, and maybe not somebody that people pay too much attention to him. Don't trust him. That's probably a wise idea as well, because Robert has been a journalist for most of his life, and you don't get to be a journalist for a real long time like that and cover some of the stuff that I have him covering without being a little bit shady on all sides. Because definitely one of the things I ultimately want to do is Hell's Angels in some way, shape, or form. Because Hell's Angels was the first Thompson book that I read. And it was very, very interesting to me. Because I don't think I'd ever really read something that I was like, let's put it this way. I don't think I'd ever read history that I was like, oh, this is something cool that I want to learn. Most cases it was like forced on you type stuff. And that was definitely, especially the way he tells the story and a lot of other things about it made it very interesting to me, and it was very influential. So obviously at some point that's going to happen. That's especially a situation here on the servers, either here or any of the other Red Dead servers. You're going to run into the equivalent of the Hell's Angels easily. And in the same sort of way, much like if you caught last night's stream in talking with Henry Steele and his group of bounty hunters that he rolls with, you definitely got the very Hell's Angels kind of feel from being able to talk to each person individually and start to kind of see that they all had their own thing, that they were all very unique and very important to the group dynamic that was had formed and was continuing to form. And it was really neat. It was a lot of fun hanging out with those guys last night. And I hope they had as much fun as I did with it. Where are we at? I think we got about a couple of minutes. But yeah, it was very cool. And like I said, I really enjoy a lot of the characters, especially like those guys. I've seen those guys out of character quite a bit, and really do like their style. I like how they do things. Smooth is the same way. Like Smooth's character and Robert immediately like hit it right off, and it wasn't in a way that you know would be real obvious. He was standing right here fishing, and basically we started talking fishing, and like I said, kind of hit it off, which was, you know, generally weird. And at the time, Robert had no idea that who Smooth was at all. It was just kind of seemed like the kind of person that he would interact with, or had run into somebody similar to that previously. Because, like I said, Robert's been doing a lot of journalism over his lifetime, so he's been moving from city to city, and would be not the kind of person that would make friends easily, but the people that he's friends with, it's just natural. And yeah. Became cannibally. I do kind of like that, and that's always one of the things I liked about Thompson. Is Thompson in real life was a very awkward individual. He was like 6'3", 6'5", something like that, and just a very stringy type of individual. But he was like clearly very fit type of person. So would come across as not only a little weird in the way that he was acting, But then to be like just kind of a giant would also make it sort of strange. And that's definitely one of the things about designing the character that I didn't want to make him like this crazy, ridiculous giant type character. But it kind of works out that way. It was funny, I was walking out of the new doctor's office and got stuck in the door, which I didn't realize how wide he is, but apparently he's quite wide. So yeah, he does have a weird sort of intimidating kind of thing going with him. But the way that I'm playing him is, and definitely I've seen this a lot of the people's interaction with him, is as soon as he starts talking with people, he's really good at putting them at ease, which is not an easy thing to do in this world. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. Like I said, I was very happy with how he turned out, because I wasn't really sure I'd be able to pull it off, and still I'd be lying if I didn't say that there were doubts constantly about, well, okay, you're pushing that, or you should do more of this or that. I think I've done a really a good job organically building it, which is a lot of fun. And especially like doing the interview type stuff is really, I think it's a really cool thing, because it allows people that I'm interviewing to get into maybe more detail about their characters that maybe even they hadn't thought about. And that to me is so good, because it gives you something to roll off of maybe later on. And, once again, the whole goal to this is to, for everybody to enjoy it, and give people more opportunities to do what they want to do. All right, I'm going to take a moment here and wait for server restart and folks to get in. Oh, that's the wrong one. This is the one I want. These are the covers for the dime novels. Put up and run them. Yeah, dude, man, I'll tell you what. That is definitely one of the things too with streaming and doing RP, is that there is a definite drive to get back in and do it, even though you're not in the best shape to do it. And I this morning I was kind of like, all right, you need to start putting some throttles on the way you do stuff here with this, because going to bed at 5, I don't know, maybe even 6, might have even been 7. I don't know. I got up at about 7:30. I think I drifted off at one point, but yeah, I need to be smarter about this. And it's easy to get lost in it, and man, there's definitely times where like I know something's going on, and I really think that Robert should be there for it, but it's not something that he knows really directly about, and it's kind of like, you know what? It's probably the reason that you didn't unlock that from somebody else is because you're trying to tell yourself you need to take a little break. Eesh. COVID? Is that you dealing with COVID? Man, I hope you feel better. Because yeah, that's rough. 3 hours of sleep a day. Well, I can do this every so often, where I get an hour or two and then crank it out. But yeah. Oh, autoimmune? Ah, dude. So yeah. Well, sorry, kudos to you. And man, that's tough. Okay. I think I've heard of that, yeah. Yeah, basically, yeah. Well, that sucks, man. Especially since you know, you're very good at doing the RP thing. But like I was saying, we all have our limitations. And man, part of the thing that I've learned about this is like, for example, the Sunday thing. I started to do it a couple of months ago, where I was like, damn it, you know, you got work to do. You got to get everything lined up and set for the radio show at night. So I kind of set aside Sundays to just do that, and I was like, all right, you know what, this is easily solved, and you can set yourself into doing something like this, as long as you set it up. Yeah, when your body thinks that your body is the virus, that's rough, dude. That's definitely rough. Especially with it, especially nowadays, man. So yeah, you probably live very similar to like how I roll here, and I get a lot of shit for it, but whatever. People are assholes. But I still to this day wear pretty much full gear when I go out. I've got a biological respirator that I wear. And then I always try to make sure I get, you know, some kind of eyewear on, because I mean, I don't know. There isn't a week that goes by that I go out in public and somebody tells me that I don't have to wear my mask anymore while coughing at me, or coughing soon after they say that. It's just, I don't know. I'm a fan of zombie movies. I know how this rolls. I know how this works. 100%. Oh. Ouch. Well, hey man, if it keeps you going, that's, you know, I gotta give you credit. Especially knowing that with doing the RP stuff, man, because I get it, you know, especially like I said, you know, you get a thing going with your characters, and you don't want to stop it to take a break or mess with stuff. But if it keeps you going, you got to do it. Speaking of which, tell you what, folks, I'm gonna take about 5 here, grab something to drink, get up and stretch. Why don't you guys do the same? And we'll come back and finish up the stream. We've got basically about another 2 hours, about an hour and a half, or hour and 15 minutes after, or an hour 45, basically 2 hours. Let's go with that. More to do for today's sailing on a Sunday afternoon. All right. Like I said, take a break. Get up and apologize to the dog, or let the cat know that they're allowed to leave the house. Don't do those things. We'll be back in a minute. Thanks again for watching, and I appreciate you guys being here so much. It's been a lot of fun so far this afternoon. I'm looking forward to the rest of it. Be right back. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Well, you can see why. You can see how. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it's, again, like I said, the parallels between this time period and now are weird. Especially with, like you said, yellow journalism. It's part of, like I said, the part of the reason, or at least the idea that I got, was the reason he's writing for the dime novel is because of the fact that journalism is such a trash heap. You know, the beginning of the dime novel streams, every one of them starts with the definition of, well, here. So right here. This is the definition, that the very first part of the stream. It's the definition for tabloid. And this was one of the first things that I saw that I was like, oh gosh, I got to do this. Tabloid, a small tablet of medicine, trademarked by the Bureau's Wellcome and Company, for compressed or concentrated chemicals and drugs. By 1898, it was being used figuratively to mean compressed form of or dose of anything. Hence, tabloid journalism reared its head in 1901, 2 years from when this takes place. Which is that's kind of where I think the dime novel was going to head. Now I don't know if it will in the future, but it definitely is a part of it. Which I dig it. I think they've done a hell of a thing to people getting along. But this then highlights the need for people to learn how to ingest information, and maybe not every single thing that you see or read or hear is true. You have to figure it out for yourself. Which can be confusing and laboriously time-consuming. Also part of Robert's thing is this idea of time-consuming. Old-timey clickbait. Hell yeah, dude. That is exactly what you're dealing with. I love the fact that in general, you can look to any, and I don't care what side you're on, you can look to politics and go snake oil salesman. That's what they used to look like. That's how they are. That's exactly what I've seen described in the past. And it's so much the, no, here. What was it? I was talking with Cough the Sickness in his chat the other day about the because he's doing this banana bit, and at one point I had pointed out, well, the banana keeps tigers away, so you can sell it like that. And he was like, well, you know. And I'm like, well, do you see any tigers? Well, the banana keeps the tigers away. And that's so classic, like snake oil salesman type of salesmanship. He had said that it was more like a used car salesman. Was definitely more what that kind of bit was like. Yeah, it's an interesting quote. I don't know if it's his or not. I don't remember that one. But, you know, again, also the other thing with things like the quotes, when I use these quotes, I have to go back and check. Dude, you would not it's just stunning, like, how many quotes are completely and utterly misquoted. Or aren't even that person. Like Twain apparently wrote 100 books after he died. And pretty much stole from everybody. Because he is attributed with more stuff than he ever in his lifetime wrote. And it's weird because he was also one of those people that I read a lot because, like I said, I grew up on a river, so you know, not that I wouldn't have eventually come to it, but it was kind of one of those like things that they had us read in school was Mark Twain stuff, which I always found hilarious. And it's one of the things that I really enjoy in any of the Red Dead roleplay servers is there are so many like Mark Twain type kids and adults and characters that are even though they might not know it, they are right out of his stories, just because of the era. Now, obviously, we're in a much later time period than his very popular stuff, but it's still kind of fitting. Once again, it's kind of like saying, well, you know, Star Wars was a long time ago. Yeah, it was, but things have happened since then. Alright, we are not heavily populated on the server. So, we'll kind of loiter around for a little bit. The other thing too is I'm kind of using this as a test bed for some of the new music that I'd picked up. What game are you playing? Alter Aeon? Is that the name of the game? Oh no, going through and slaughtering stuff in Atlanta sounds like a lot of fun. Whatever it may be. Hello. Yes, yes. Oops. Let's see, a chicken. I know you don't like this. It's too bad. Let's cut the distance down. Ah, I gotta get better at targeting. But yeah, like I was saying, I was kind of using this as a test bed today for some of the new tunes that I'd picked out. Hick called me out on this last night, and he was 100% right. I watched Lawrence of Arabia and it's fairly obvious. Again, I also felt this kind of fit in a weird sort of way with what he's doing. Totally the outsider. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream there in the background. I'll appreciate you. Like I said, I appreciate you coming to the streams, man. You've been pretty solid on all of the stuff. And I don't know if you caught it earlier, but they're the 28th, I think it was, this month. Raji, an ancient epic, is releasing an updated version, which I don't really know what's in it, and I'm not doing a spoiler thing. I want to find out by streaming it, which is always a roller coaster ride to a horribleness. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I've actually witnessed that many times, especially on here. That's kind of the thing. Yeah, exactly. Everything, it tends to get a little watered down. It depends. Like I said, I think more what I was looking for out of it, and what I kind of got out of it was kind of more of an attitude, and some kind of kick-ass music. That I've been enjoying the last couple of days here. I don't know why. It just strikes me as well, okay, I do know why. Because part of it was that we were doing the Casablanca thing on the radio for a little bit. And that got me directed into just the Casablanca thing. The whole coast to Africa during that time. Ooh, here we go. Yeah, I agree. Definitely agree that it's difficult. Like, if you wanted to do a Lawrence of Arabia, you can't pull it off because there really isn't the environment for it. And the other part of that, too, is that I think it also has to do with I'm not sure a lot of people know anything about Lawrence of Arabia. And trying to pull it in is tough. And plus, I don't know, it doesn't really work with the outfits that you have access to. Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm sure. Dude, if you can't find something like that, there will be something like that eventually. No question. It's just a matter of time. But yeah, it's coming. It's very much Ready Player One on its way. We're headed to that day. We just need the Oz, the great Oz, to show up, and or Og. That's what Og. We just need Og to show up and point us in the right direction. Part of the reason that I really do like, especially this, doing this here, and why I decided, because I was originally going to, yeah, it's not Oz. I always think of it though, because in the book, there's the awesome scene where he's basically he's at his club, he's doing his celebration at the bar, or it was the club basically that they created, the giant sphere that in the center, it was the anti-gravity location in the center, that whole thing. And in the book, and I really wish they would have done it in the movie, he basically shows up and does a whole. He shows up to mix a whole set, and it's great because he has R2D2 is the house DJ. And so they got him doing that, and then Oggs takes over and does his thing when the Sixers attack. And there's a great scene in that where he basically does the Great and Powerful Oz scene, but with like actual teeth, where he just basically nukes every one of them that comes in. And it's just totally such a great scene. I always love that. Let's see, Ultron, give me a view of what it means to hate lava. Good lord. Yeah, that does not, that sounds like a good challenge, though. Yeah, that's 100%. That's a solid game challenge right there. It's a lot of pain, but the payoff is worth it. That was always kind of my thing with some of the, especially some of the MMOs, the early MMOs, was that that whole thing right there where they'd get you to do some crazy ass thing, and like what you'd get out of it was just like meh. In the radio, for Trek Radio, I've worked for 12 years now as a DJ over there, doing the internet radio stuff. And then before that, in college, I I wasn't really an employee, let's put it that way, but I did a radio show. Yeah, sort of. Kind of the precursor to the show that I do on the internet. But yeah, we had that college, the college that I went to had a radio station, an FM radio station. They also had an AM radio station, and then what I did was cable FM, which did not take off, by the way. Cable FM was originally the next step for radio, they thought. Was that much like cable television, that you would do the same kind of thing, hook up to a cable, and you'd get radio from all over the world, which kind of worked, but nobody really did it because it was just easier to plug the CD in, or eventually get your MP3 player. Oh, dead air? Oh, you mean, okay, like for the music and stuff? I'm actually using Epidemic Sound for this. Cleaned and covered with canvas. Yeah, I used Epidemic Sound, and this is just basically a playlist that I've created. I've got a ridiculous amount. Actually, here, check this out. This will be... Oh, I'll break immersion here with this. Here we go. This is from my arcade show. It'll work though. They've got some decent stuff. It's not all great, but especially like when I'm not jacked up on coffee like this, I tend to be a little bit quieter. So there's a very uncomfortable amount of dead air when I'm streaming sometimes, and this is kind of how I've always sort of rolled, is I've got background music on me all the time. Small buggy. Oh yeah, I got you. Yeah, no, it's one of the things that I enjoy about especially like the no pixel streamers I watch. Some of them are just, just amazingly funny individuals to start with, and then they get collected with a bunch of other people, and it turns out very funny. But a lot of the time too is that especially with that kind of thing, it sucks up so much of my time when I'm watching it that I think part of the reason I really like Red Dead stuff is because there are these dead times where you're doing what I'm doing today, just going from one place to another. I was thinking about that earlier, is that a majority of your streaming time in Red Dead is traveling. It's either that or you sit parked in one place and have a bunch of people that you hang out with are all doing that same thing, which is definitely the challenge that I saw here with this idea of doing a roaming journalist type idea, was that there's just going to be a stupid amount of dead air. And I cannot fill it up. Because like I said, my biggest problem is most of the time I can't just rattle on. And believe me, the lack of sleep and amount of coffee that I've had today will attribute to some of the chatter. But usually it takes me a while to get it going. Like I said, it always helps that you guys interact with me in chat. So that way I can pop things back and forth. Yeah, well, see, there's actually, when PRC did the merge, one of the things that I did was I created a dude, and it's so good. There's a Robert on the GTA server, and it is like I have my fears that somebody would one day come along and slap me with a copyright infringement on the character, because it looks just like him. I spent so much time in the character creator for that. But GTA is right now for me. It's the speed of the RP is it's just not something I'm ready for. So I like this. Like I said, I like the Red Dead thing. It's much better than right now for me. But yeah, again, it's kind of sort of like the old television days. There were some days that I was totally up for sitting around and watching certain things, and other days not. And I've very much gotten that way with watching streamers. Yeah, it's rough. I don't know. I really don't mind it though, because in a lot of cases I don't ever know what effect it's having. Is most of the time people are probably doing what I do. If they're really into RP stuff, then I've got normally like 3 or 4 streams going. I'm kind of following or watching maybe 1 or 2 people in, like, say, the same story arc, or doing something along the same lines. So, I'm not always directly paying attention to the streamer, but, that, or one of my big things also is obviously going back and watching people's VODs. Because one of the things I really enjoy about multiple people streaming an RP is being able to see something happen from many different perspectives. It's so neat. Like, so not something that you ever get in watching a linear story being played out from one source. And I just love it. It's such a big part of why I wanted to do streaming of RP. Hey, what's up, Blind? Blind Bat in the house. How you doing today? Better what? Boy, this does not fit. Man, this was the jam though for doing the No Man's Sky. Okay, and this is the reason that I like streaming. If this isn't sad. Cat Jam, baby. I look better on Twitch. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, you guys having some heat down there, eh? I know we're getting popped up here too. Dude, that's funny. I was thinking about. I couldn't remember. It was you that had showed me the German character. I was trying to think of who that was. I couldn't think of who the streamer was that did that. Such a great character, man. Those clips and stuff you shared with me were amazingly funny. And again, this is the thing, man. Is that I love the fact that I'm doing the stream the way that I'm doing it. And yeah, it might not be, it might not be everybody's cup of tea. But man, I love a good wacky streamer, or at least somebody that has a good wacky character. Might play, especially have some serious respect for people that play both or play multiples or whatever. Jeez, 94. Damn. Yeah, you got AC, right? You're good, right? I hope. Even so, it doesn't mean that it's comfortable. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost a necessity there nowadays, eh? That's a great concept, dude. I hadn't even thought about that idea of doing somebody that's night blind. What a great idea. Kudos, dude. That's so good. Nicely done. Nicely done. Yeah, see, man, I hate to say it, but I'm definitely a bit of a stiff shirt when it comes to a lot of that. A lot of doing comedy RP. My idea of comedy is not everybody's idea of comedy. Let's put it that way. Yeah, that was okay. Yeah, I thought that was what you were talking about. Did I kill who? No, I haven't killed anybody. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that didn't turn out too well for your guy. Yeah, like I said, man, especially like your Patrick Warburton is just in itself. I've seen other people do it, and man, it almost immediately when you catch somebody doing a good Warburton character, it just locks me in right off the bat. I always find that, I don't know what it is. I always had a thing. I always thought Joe was a great character. And I'm a huge Patrick Warburton fan because he did The Tick, which was definitely one of my favorite comic books because of the kind of ridiculous, absurd silliness of it that I thought was so good. But yeah, he was the first live action Tick, and so good at it. It's just in a silly sort of Patrick Warburton sort of way. I love the fact that they squeezed him into that outfit. And don't get me wrong, man, I love the Twitch, or not Twitch, the Amazon Prime of The Tick is so good because it is the comic book. It's like characters in the comic book, the way they worked, the way they interacted. It was so good. Yeah, again, like I said, this to me, especially with stuff like The Tick, The Tick was definitely one of those things that taught me a little bit about the idea that stuff that I like when I wanted to, when I first heard that they were doing the tick thing, I was like, oh my God, they're going to do the whole Chairface Chippendale thing and, all of that stuff. And they never did because they just couldn't. I'll tell you what, the cartoon is phenomenal. The cartoon has some stuff that I have not been able to get clips for my radio show, but the big government rant that the tick does is so good. And there's so many other just crazy things that they had because it was a kid's cartoon that they could get away for. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Let's see. Yeah, like I said, man, it's definitely part of doing a lot of this stuff. Unfortunately, I don't think. I'd play it on here, but I don't have a window set up for that yet. I should do that. Good point. I'm just a little paranoid right now about my Streamlabs. I'm still waiting on 24-hour tech support to get a hold of me 3 days later. Damn. We're in a tight spot.
Morning, partner.
Morning. Alright, we'll just use our food then. Good enough. Alright, not a lot popping off here. Hey there, buddy. Hi. Alright. We avoided the poop animation. Well, definitely make sure that you're hydrating there, Blind. Even when you don't think that you're thirsty, drink. I real life worked in some very, very hot places. And man, you don't realize that you are dehydrated until it's too late. You think you're thirsty? You've waited too long. Damn, why am I not getting that? Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. Nope. Rhodes is not busy at the moment. 4 cups of coffee, please. Good on everything else. Okay. The arcade music is it's a thing. But maybe not the thing I want right now. Oh, let's read a book. Oh, we're reading a book. Okay. I'm not gonna get too talkative here because I want to test out something. Alright. So see what you guys think of this. Ultimately, I'm trying to find out if this gets muted.
Engineer, where are you headed? Carry me back to 10 Tennessee. Oh, I got a little girl who's been waiting. Promised that she'd marry Mr. Can we leave that seat? I'll shovel coal, Lord, to pay my fare. Gotta get this train down to the station. My little girl waiting for me. Well, the night is dark and Lord, it's cloudy. I've been traveling that lonesome road. My one true love waiting there to see. Want that low train carry me back?
No, there isn't a DMCA on it, but I played this, and I'm pretty sure it was this tune. I played it last night, and I got a mute on the stream. And this is kind of one of the things when I'm paying for something like Epidemic Sound, and I pull a song off of Epidemic Sound, and then I get a mute on that. I gotta do something about this. Because it was kind of the thing is, believe me, I can't necessarily afford it right now, but to me it's super important to have music. That's probably one of the big things as far as I'm concerned, is I'm a big fan of music, and especially this tune, because like I said, I spent a lot of time looking through their stuff, and it happens. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I agree. But here's the thing: is that I'm on the same sort of side with All Buggy. Get this out in a while. I'm on that same side with YouTube, man. I like YouTube for certain things, but other things, no, that I don't care for. They're terrible about the whole idea of live streaming, which is weird to me, really weird. But it's not their business model, whatever. I'll get my own lunar lander. But for now, Twitch is doing what we need it to do. And yeah, it's a lot of the crap they have on here is stupid. I can't tell you how many musicians that I know that are pissed about the fact that I can't play their music. Give me copies of their music. Here, can you get this out there for me? No, can't do it. What do you mean? Well, I can't do it because you own that. But I give you my permission. Yeah, it doesn't count. I know you are the creator of that material, but you don't have rights to it. Sorry. But I published it. I know. Yeah. Seems weird. But that's the way the world works. Yeah, okay, I'll agree there, Alt. Yeah. Better to have a little water than none at all. That's one of my favorites. It was actually that statement is from Little Rascals, of all things. You'll get nothing and like it. I'll get it, but I won't like it. But yeah, that's exactly it. Is you get nothing and you'll enjoy that. I don't know. Again, I'm another one of these people, man. I look at how hard people work at doing this, especially the RPers, even the hardcore gamers. Man, people work so hard at doing this, and get nothing for it. I mean, I personally, I am not doing any of the stuff that I probably should do. I'm not monetizing the stream because I don't really. I mean, I need the money, but I don't really want to do that. It's a weird road for people that really get into it. And man, there's so many streamers that I really enjoy watching, but man, I just sometimes it's like it is such a shame that you don't get paid anything for this. or what you get paid is just kind of a drop in the bucket. And so many people that are super talented at entertainment and putting things together that are fun to watch. And, you know, they're getting nothing for it. In the meantime, you know, these companies are like basically buying half the planet off of money that they're not really doing anything other than being there anymore. Yeah, well, in perpetuity throughout the universe, I think is the statement that they put in contracts. So when the aliens show up and take over the planet, we basically just gotta go, no, I'm sorry, that's copyright. Throughout the universe. Yeah, I get that. That's my feeling. I know that's a lot of other artists' feelings sometimes, but some people are very, 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 very protective of what they create, and I'm totally for that. You know, same kind of thing is that I suppose I would probably be pretty pissed about the same kind of thing if it didn't at least come and ask me. I think that's the big part of it. Is you know, sometimes just swiping somebody's shit and then claiming it as your own, that's not great. But in some cases, I don't know. That's my radio show is like that. That's one of the reasons that I enjoy doing the Trek radio thing, is because I can, within certain boundaries, I can use other people's material, like using clips from TV shows and stuff. I have just a stupid amount of Simpsons clips and other stuff that I use on my show all the time. But, you know, I stay within the boundaries. I also, if people ask about it, I'm like, yeah, dude, if you're not watching Futurama, you're missing out on some good sci-fi. So I like to use that to definitely promote other people's work as well. Something that I think is quality. Alright, there was something I needed to pull off of here. What was it? Oop, it was not that button or that button. There we go. Oh, that's what it was. Okay. That's something we gotta do. I'm not exactly sure where to here. On this side of the river. There you go. Yeah, that's my feeling too. But like I said, man, I totally get it too. Is that some of the stuff, like especially when I do the dime novels, the letters that I write for the dime novels, they take me a real long time to do, and it would kind of piss me off if somebody clipped it and then said, "I wrote this," or you know, or use that as their same idea at the beginning of the stream. You know, I get that. But at the same time, hey, you know, if you do a better job at it, shit, I'm not king of this. I'm definitely not king of anything. But I do what I can and have fun with it. That's the big thing. Like I said, I spend a stupid amount of time working on some of the stuff that I really shouldn't or even need to. But when push comes to shove and I go back and take a look at my YouTube VODs from a while back, I'm pretty happy with what I've accomplished. Let's row. Yeah, and that's just a realization in life. As soon as you get past the whole idea that everybody tells you that you know, you're unique and that nobody can do anything better than you, your life will be a lot happier. Exactly. Perfect. Well said. I just want to have fun. Competition is, I'm so beyond that nowadays. which was kind of a thing yesterday that was funny when I ran into Remy and told him about the doing this thing. I was thinking $10 blind. It might be a symptom of getting old. It might be. You're not wrong. Part of it is that it's just kind of, I don't know, a lot of the time to me it's just silly. And totally like I said, that was the thing between Remy and I there yesterday, is I could tell there was a moment where it was like, all right, we're directly in competition. And I'm like, you know what, we're not. Because you clearly have thought this through quite a bit more than I have. You got friends that you can work with and do stuff. Knock yourself out, dude. Have fun with that. I want more people to have the opportunity to do this part of the game, or add this into their RP if they're maybe looking for something different. Yep. Well, here we go. Did you want to take a rowboat? I hope you wanted to take a rowboat, because I'm not hauling back there. Next time, though, you can pick the boat that we take if you want. Robert's got to get his exercise in. They are really cool, man. I really enjoy the boats in the game. They're a little scuff, but it works. I'm just so glad they put them in, because I remember when the server originally got started, I think they pulled the boats after a while. Yeah, the views here are awesome. This is one of my favorites. And if you take a look at yesterday's stream, shoot, where is it? I think it's, let me turn the boat that way. I think it's right there. If you look off in the mountains there, just over that rise is Strawberry. The town of Strawberry. Now that I think it wasn't yesterday's stream, it was the day before that. I had stood up on that ridge there, and you can see this entire area from that ridge. And what's really cool about it is that, like, especially this, you can see this boat for a really long distance. And it's just, and again, the immersive world, I love it. Especially from days of yore games like this that were, they were large worlds, but you know, somebody would get 5 feet away from you and they'd disappear because the server couldn't handle that kind of info. Nowadays, man, we can do some great stuff, and it's only going to get better. I can't wait for whatever the cyberpunk version of this that comes out. An MMO RP type server in cyberpunk universe would be so fun. I was really hoping that 2077 was going to do that, but yeah, well, many people learned a valuable lesson about game companies. Yeah, that's what I'd heard too, is this is their last one. Yeah, I know. That's kind of exactly what I was thinking, is a Hicks cyberpunk streams that he did on Trek Radio Official were rough, but cyberpunk was very rough. It definitely should not have gone the way it did, but there were definitely some outside factors in that, and COVID being probably the biggest one. Is that I just here's the thing, Cheetah, I want a Blade Runner thing. I would love a Blade Runner game that is in modern game mechanics. It's so good. There's so many things you can do with that. that was kind of like the Matrix. MXO was actually MXO was my first RP. Was being in MXO, and I hung out with a gaming guild, X-Core, and all the folks in X-Core, really fun gamers. We did power, pretty much group power gaming in Matrix Online. But that was the first time that I found myself logging in and playing a character, and it had a lot to do with there was an online radio station at the time that was their bit was they were broadcasting from inside the Matrix, and they had there were some really great techno clubs in that game, and they just populated the hell out of those techno clubs, and it was so much fun to watch. That was part of what kind of spurred me on to this idea of doing online radio. And then when Star Trek Online came out, right after that, I applied at the radio station, and for a while I tried to do something like what I saw them doing, but there are many reasons why it doesn't work real well. The radio streaming software is about 1.5 minutes behind. So imagine us having this conversation, but I had to wait 1.5 minutes for you to say something, and then you would have to, in a lot of cases, you wouldn't even get a response to it for 2 or 3 minutes after you had asked the question. So it ends up being really difficult to do that there right now. But I still have kind of worked around it, and been pretty good about it. We'll actually be starting that up here next month, I think, or in a couple of weeks. Shit. The summer event will be going on over in Star Trek Online, which takes place on the planet Risa. Some of you may know from Star Trek lore, the pleasure planet of Risa. And so they have like an event with some there's jetpack races, and they have a really cool waveboard mechanic in it that's not too bad. It's like a jet powered surfboard, and a couple other kind of fun things to do. But I've basically kind of I turned it into I found a cave that has luminescence in it, and Pervert Island. Yeah, we're gonna allow that. I'm definitely gonna allow that. But yeah, it's basically I found a cave in there, and it's got glowing plants. So I immediately said, "Oh well, this is a rave," and we do the rave in the cave, right? Blind's been to a couple of those, and how's it going?
Hello again.
How you doing today?
Oh, quite all right.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, just getting back from heading over to Rhodes there.
No, I just
Excuse
got
me,
back
sir?
from Mannesburg.
Oh yeah, were you over there? Did you head over to Rhodes?
No, I was just saying I just rode over from Mannesburg.
Oh, okay. Anything going on in Annisburg?
Nope.
Yeah, same with Rhodes right now. No, this
yeah,
isn't Jack.
It's quiet all around, I believe. But
Yeah, well, it's Sunday.
I decided I wanted to take some time and just work with some metals for a bit.
Excellent. Do you mine your own metals?
I was now. I hope to not have to at some point, but for now, I want to know the area, know what's available in terms of minerals and so on.
Oh, that's a
know
good
what
move.
I have the ability to get easily, and
Yeah.
make sure that I know what I handle and stuff like that, and then I can eventually buy it from others later on
That's great.
if I need it.
Yeah, exactly. It sounds like we're on pretty much the same page philosophy wise as far as business is concerned. I'm not in any
Well, I
hurry,
mean-
but I'm gonna do the damn thing right.
No, it's a matter of I need to know that I have access to it, and in the case of something happens and the people who usually will come and sell to me just don't have time or are sick or injured or whatever. I need to know that I'm able to get a hold of at least some myself.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
be certain in that.
Yeah, like I said, it's just wise business. I mean, you know, you gotta make sure you got your supply line for sure. That's excellent.
Exactly.
Have you what have you run into as far as like maybe some of the resources in the area?
So far, I've only ran into iron and copper. I can handle the iron myself in a forge, but I'm slowly working towards figuring out copper.
Okay, Belen. We'll see you in a minute. Oh yeah. I know that there was a few people, and I wish I could remember. I think, God, I almost think it was out at Emerald Ranch that I saw an advertisement for somebody that was doing smelting and hiring miners, maybe. But yeah, I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, once I'm more set up and know what I need in terms of minerals and ores and such, it might be someone I reach out to purchase from.
Sure.
But for now, I'm just making sure that I know what's available and making sure that I know how to handle it.
Okay. Where have you run across the mines or taken a look at it anyways?
Ansberg.
Okay, you're going over there.
Yeah,
I got you.
In the Ansberg mine, you make sure you get a pickaxe from the miner's tools. And make sure that you can see the rocks.
Oh, okay.
It can be a bit finicky, and it might be worth just having a quick nap and then coming back to the mine and seeing if you can see it.
I got you. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, I think it. I think I went out mining one time, but I don't know. It's just not my thing.
No, it's absolutely understandable. It's grueling labor. It makes your muscles hurt.
Yeah.
For sure.
Once again, great job to those who really get into it and
those who can do it for their entire life is
impressive.
I have some respect for it.
Good. Anybody that can do that for a couple of days, I'll buy him a beer. But have you looked around at any of the other mines in the area? Because I think there's a couple like
There's a few. There's one on Mount Hagen. There's one out west in Tumbleweed. I haven't really looked at any of the other ones yet, but I might at some point.
Hagen's mostly gemstones, though, right?
I would not know.
Oh, okay.
I haven't been.
I seem to remember somebody telling me that that was the place to go for gemstones.
I will have to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
I mean, I might be a gunsmith for my main trade, but doesn't mean that I don't dabble in jewelry.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can use some of the similar tools, definitely, and it sounds like you're working with a forge, so start a little jewelry business on the side for sure.
I mean, it's a fun little hobby to have on the side, I suppose.
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, that's kind of what I'm doing here is, mainly I write, but, doing the boat thing is, I can't tell you, centering is probably the word I would use for it. Which I'm guessing is very similar to what you do.
Potentially. It's, you would not believe the amount of skills one needs for gunsmithing. You need to be able to work with metals, wood, leather, as well as chemicals.
Yeah, it's a what I would consider, what would we call that, like high, I guess it's like technology.
It's a definitely a high-skilled trade.
Well, obviously you've been putting years in on it, so again, respect for that, for sure.
I mean, I've been training for it since I was barely a teen, so.
Yeah,
even then, I've been around it my entire life because my father did it for work as well.
I got you.
Learned from him.
Okay. Yeah, well, that sounds similar to my writing career. My mom always said that I asked way too many questions and harassed too many people with just immediately asking them questions. So she said it was either going to pay for everything I needed or get me killed.
Oh, well, you still have a chance for either.
Well, yeah, it's just very true, very true. But it's paid for things quite well up to this point, so I can't complain.
That's good, at least.
Oh, just asking questions.
Yeah, no, my mother was always telling me to listen when my father was talking about the things he loved, because she knew that I had an interest and knew that I was listening keenly, anyways. And
right.
So she just encouraged me along.
Yeah,
which
that's some solid upbringing.
That it was indeed.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's one of the things I really enjoy here in the crossing is between all of the different people. And once you mix everybody together, it comes together very nicely.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause everybody knows a little bit about some things.
Indeed. And once you bring everyone together, there's a fair chance that you can have an entire community get by.
Yeah. Well, that's like I said, that's part of the reason that I'm really excited about moving in here in Blackwater. It's been a really good month, just watching things growing.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you had mentioned the idea of open up a place. Were you thinking here?
I was considering here or considering this store in Annesburg. I truly like the way it's set up, having that forge in the back and that work area.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Blackwater is such a nice town and got such friendly people in it.
Sure.
It's hard to resist.
Yeah, I completely understand what you're talking about because, like I said, it's I just have found that it's a good little place. I know Annesburg's got, like you said, the resources and everything right there, which makes it super convenient.
Good day.
Excuse me. 1 sec. Fine up.
How's it going?
It's going good. You?
Doing good. Doing good. Just swinging through town.
Songs do fair enough. Hi. You guys new around?
Sure.
Yeah, I guess.
Welcome to the state.
Thank you.
Need any work? Let me know. My name's Anthony. I do some business around here. But,
okay.
I don't own the saloon, but I do other business.
I see.
Just I always put the name out there because I need manpower. So let me know.
Okay.
I'm normally around Blackwater. Like the outfits. Take care.
All right. Yeah. Take care. It was nice meeting you.
You as well. Have a good
Bye-bye.
day now. Well, that was certainly something.
Oh, I always find it interesting the use of the phrase "I do business."
Indeed, it's
Like not exactly sure what you're telling me.
I had the exact same thought.
It's like I eat food. Good. Yeah. We all do.
Ooh, there's a
Again,
man looking at the window, not too happy.
you will definitely
He was
find
looking at us.
Oh, that's fine. Whatever. I mean,
Yeah, no, I personally don't care at all.
It's just, like I said, it's usually quite funny to me.
No, I agree wholeheartedly.
I think I understand what kind of business you do. And when I need to do a story on that, I will look you up.
You will have a name.
Mm-hmm.
You will at the very least have a name to put in the story.
It's funny because, I haven't run into a lot of businessmen out here. So that was kind of the first question with the, are you new?
Mm-hmm.
That's usually the answer is, yeah, why not?
It was a little hard to tell if he was just feeling a little awkward or
Yeah.
fishing for something more.
I think it was a little both. Because he definitely
happen
was
to agree.
He was not expecting us to even engage, which is usually kind of fun.
I don't disagree.
But yeah, it's like I said, it's one of the great things here is that I've run into people of pretty much all ranges of the spectrum, and I can't lie. It's good to see people like him around.
Well, at least we know that he is not an intellectual threat.
No, but the good part about that is that you've got next time you run into him, you can always narrow it down to say a line of business.
Exactly.
Good stuff.
And if I happen to get questioned by law about a young man with dark hair wearing a red flat cap and a long coat, I can give you.
Yeah, well, yeah. At least I can acknowledge. Yeah, I think I've seen that dude.
Indeed.
That's usually about as far as it goes. And like I said, it's part of the fun sometimes of getting into situations as a journalist is, you're not working with the above board type stuff.
Yeah, personally, I have a tendency to stay clear as best as I can.
I agree. But again, life is boring without something like that.
I mean, there's the chaos here and there. It doesn't hurt,
No.
does it?
No, I would agree. It's like I said, it keeps things going. It makes every day more interesting than the next, which is really all you can hope for sometimes.
As long as there's no long string of murders, I'm
Yeah,
perfectly
yeah.
happy.
Well, like I said, I'll steer clear of that.
Agreed.
But actually, it was that was the other thing I was interested. How long have you been around?
I arrived in state yesterday.
Oh shit! Well, so you are officially, you could say yes and be truthful about it.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, excellent, excellent. How long were you planning on staying? Obviously, for a while, eh?
I mean, I'm hoping to settle down here.
Excellent.
At
Yeah.
best. I mean, if things go south, then
Well,
I'm no stranger to moving around, so.
No, that's true. That's
But I am hoping for some calm in my life.
Yeah, well, it's this is definitely a good place for that, and you will find that people are generally pretty helpful. I mean, in some cases, other times maybe not as much. But
I arrived here and was speaking with Miss Bastion when Lumen showed up and
okay,
literally tossed money at me.
well, that's definitely good. I'll have to go speak with Lumen at some point. So I could always use a little extra cash.
I mean, not wrong.
It's super helpful, and I'll tell you what, Lumen's a great guy. I haven't really got too much of a chance to talk with him, but just in the few interactions I've had, he is definitely doing the right thing. That little hospital that he's put together over there is exactly what the town needs. Because good Lord,
I happen to agree with you.
Yeah, good lord, that this setup that we've had here with the basically like a war triage tent is just not cutting it, I don't think. I tend to think that maybe medicine shouldn't be done in a dirty, dusky place. I know that...
I happen to agree with you.
I know my wounds get infected almost instantly when you get cut and get all kinds of dirt in it. So I don't know. There might be science to that.
Who knows? I am by no means a medical professional. I can bandage a wound like any other, but and I can barely stitch it together. But don't ask me for anything else.
Yeah, well, like I said, I have a total respect, especially for the medical profession here, because it takes a lot of work to do what they do.
Indeed. Oh, absolutely. I have nothing but respect for doctors who do things properly.
Yeah, well, I guess that's the key, the properly part.
Indeed.
Although I will have to say, of all of the folks that I've met, I haven't run into too many, like, what I would consider kind of shady sort of doctors, but then that might not be the crowd that I run with either, you know?
It also might be that people are getting smarter about that sort of thing and looking to accredited medical professionals rather than the guy in the town square shouting about snake oil.
Fair point indeed. I would like to hope so. I definitely
we
like
are
to,
fast approaching the turn of the century after all.
Oh yeah. Well, a lot of people like to pretty much say that you know, the world ends at the once it hits 19, which I don't know.
I doubt that with all of my heart.
Well, I would kind of hope not, because
after this long,
I still owe some folks money, so you know. I kind of hope that.
I mean, on one hand, I understand that.
Oh boy, I'll tell you what. It was funny seeing Javier there. Reminds me last week about this time we were doing some wagon races.
I guess. Them over there.
The sheriff in town did they had, when I got here, they were doing horse races through town. They had barrels set up and the whole thing. And then after that, they thought, well, you know, let's try out this wagon thing. We haven't done that yet. And so I was like, well, shit, I got nothing to do. So I pulled my wagon out. And oh my God. It is a funny and not very real feeling.
I mean, I can see that. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it was very crazy, and it was very, very, very fun. I'm hoping that I can encourage him to continue to do that, because it was definitely a good time.
Well, I can imagine it was entertaining at the very least.
Entertaining, yes. I think it is definitely a spectator sport, and only the people that want to compete in it are probably a little bit on the crazy side.
Well, I mean,
with that being said, I won.
Plenty of those around.
With that being said, I won 2 of the races out of the 3, so I don't know where that puts me, other than...
I suppose that puts you in that exact category.
I guess so. Now that you mention it, now that I think of it, yeah, you're probably right.
Well, I mean, you are talking to the man who intentionally goes hunting for wolves.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, granted, that is definitely not in my wheelhouse.
Oh, wolf hunting on its own is it's a very intentional sport. You do it knowing what you're doing and knowing how to deal with what you're doing.
Right. Yeah. Well, again, if you're aware of the risks and prepared for them, that's one thing, for sure. Do you hunt anything other than wolves, or just wolves?
I mean, I hunt most things.
Okay.
I'll hunt most big game. I'm not particularly fond of hunting gator because it's shooting the thing while it's laying there.
Yeah,
It's
I
not much fun
understand.
sport in that. But big game, dangerous game. I prefer not to hunt cougars unless I am in the area and have to
Okay.
shoot one. But bear, wolf, most big game.
Well, I'll tell you what, just a little bit out west and a tiny bit south of here, there's a little shack where the lady there puts together her own lures and stuff like that. And, well, just a little bit east of that location, you will find two of the most ornery cougars that you've ever run into.
See, I hunt a lot near Brandywine Drop.
Okay.
There are about 4 or 5 spots where I've seen cougars regularly.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Brandywine is a beautiful location. I need to go back out there.
Absolutely.
I definitely need to go
it's
back out there soon.
breathtaking.
Yeah.
That, and it's a good spot to find both elk and moose.
Yeah, I've noticed that. God, I'll tell you what, the moose out there are ridiculous. I mean, aside from the grizzlies, I don't think there's any bigger creature that lives in the States.
Nope, I do not believe so. But if you are going to hunt elk and moose, take the meat to Saint Denis.
Really? Okay.
Trust me on this.
Okay.
I took 10 pieces of the big game meat I got from them to Valentine and got $17. I took 9 pieces to Saint Denis and got 32.
Holy crap! Yeah, that's a huge markup.
Huge difference.
You know,
Yeah.
That's good.
It's a bit of a pain having to take your rifle off your back and store it on your horse as you ride into Saint Denis, but you know, you deal with it.
Yeah, you do what's necessary. I mean, obviously. Plus, I don't know, having your rifle around in Saint Denis, it doesn't feel quite right, you know.
That and I took the chance while on the ferry over and had a chat with the postmaster in Saint Denis before heading out into the state, and he mentioned that one of the local ordinances is no long arms.
Yeah.
At least keep your long arm on your horse.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, I get that because that would be probably like the equivalent of me wandering down, Broadway with 2 6-guns on my side and, twirling them away.
Pretty close.
It'll look impressive, but it's not going to fly with the local police for long.
Pretty close, yeah.
Oh, he's good. He's good on the guitar.
But I do believe it is time for me to head out.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'm going to retire for the evening.
Yeah. Definitely get your sleep. It's important. I'm actually probably.
I've been around for 11 hours today,
Jesus.
and I think that's about it.
Yeah, you definitely get some sleep. Good lord, and we'll see you around.
Oh, absolutely. You will.
There's like I said, there's usually somebody here, and if not, you seem to know your way around.
No, I do know my way around the states.
Excellent.
I came by here a while ago, and only just returned. And
okay.
so the people are different, but the place is still the same.
I'll tell you what. That's kind of the funny thing is like for what I do, occasionally they'll call me out of town and have me go to another location for like let's say a week or two, and then I come back and I don't recognize a soul. It's weird. It's really it's crazy. It seems like time moves so much faster here.
Perhaps I should get a room here rather than.
No, I definitely recommend it. They got some great rooms here. Once again, it was great talking with you, and good luck. Strange. Once again, great talking with you, and good luck.
Yeah, of course. I will see you around.
You mind if listen in? Well, I'm gonna listen in anyways. Ugh. So yeah, again, kind of neat that they get the instruments in the game. It can be a little scuff from time to time. I think I haven't decided exactly what instrument Robert plays. I think he's a banjo guy. He seems like a banjo guy to me. Well, I wouldn't call it the first day a success, but I would call it a very big success. And that's, maybe putting the bar a little low. We had 0 passengers. But we took a couple of trips back and forth, and we ride around. We had fun. I did. I hope you guys did as well. And, said, anytime I can run into new players, or people that are new to the zone, love that. Especially with Robert's position, or at least his job, it gives me the opportunity to just be a fountain of unlocks for people. So they don't even have to worry about that kind of stuff. Like I said, that was the little warning there about the 2 cougar thing. Because, man, that is brutal. If you end up over there and one will get you off the horse, and then even if you're quick with the gun, you can take that one down, but the second one will be all over you in a hot second. And that is usually disastrous. As disastrous as things get here on the PRC. Is this Dirty Old Town? It is Dirty Old Town! We're close. Yeah. It's an artsy version of Dirty Old Town. Okay, I may have to play guitar. Damn close. Close enough. Yeah. Just changed a little bit. Probably to avoid being sued by somebody. And checks out. It's good to see him here. Things are probably just getting going here on the server. I haven't really, and this is the other thing, I haven't really watched the series, how the animations work on this. Well, okay. It's not the most accurate of fingering. But at least it's not the violin, which I really like the violin in the game. Especially in the online version. The violin was my main character's instrument for a while. And then I went to the banjo. I really dig the banjo in this game. At least in the online version. Here it doesn't, the animation doesn't work quite the same. And again, game mechanics issues, which are no big deal. It's more about what he's doing right there. Adding to the environment. And speaking of which... Oh, okay. That's what I gotta do. Hello, Batoon. Hello, Batoon. Here you go.
Yeah, what's going on?
How you doing? Here you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I can hear you. Sorry, I was dropping that there. There's a couple of beers for you. Nice guitar work, man.
Oh shit, baby. Okay. Some guy tried to shoot me last night.
Jesus.
and
Was
I
there a
don't know
reason for
why.
it, or just felt like doing it?
It might be one of those he just felt like doing it.
Okay,
'cause,
well.
I don't know the reason.
Well, there you go. I guess that's good news. I don't know.
Yeah, nothing happened, but yeah, it's fucking Knox. I don't know why he was trying to shoot me.
Yeah, that is a little disconcerting. Yeah, that's a good word for it.
Yeah, because I basically said, it's like, I thought we were cool, but shit, I guess not.
Yeah, well, you know, some people, right?
Yeah, you know who Knox is?
Name's familiar, yeah.
He's that circus guy.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's it. That's right. He's putting up the circus things. He's the one that shot at you?
Well, he didn't, because I was riding with like Henry and his group at the time, and they saw it, so they basically kind of like thwarted that or whatever. But yeah, he tried. I think he was gonna shoot me off a fucking cliff, but
Jesus.
it didn't happen. But I don't know what the reason was for that, to be honest.
Well, I can't really think there's a sane reason for that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I mean, they might be right. I mean, they said it's like, shit, he might be a serial killer or something. And it's like, shit, he
Oh.
might be if, yeah, because
Yeah.
I think I tried to ask him why he did that, or why he was trying to do that, and I don't really think I got an answer. He basically said like he was trying to scare me or something. It's, I don't know.
well,
I
it's
think he was just trying to shoot me off a fucking cliff.
yeah, that's a little disturbing, and also definitely something to think about. I would maybe steer clear of him. Might be a good idea.
Yeah, I'll take care of it.
We're
No problem.
Were you actually going to be signing up for the circus stuff?
No, just because, I mean, I got nothing of value for, like, performing in a circus, honestly.
Yeah, that's true.
I was trying to help him out earlier in the day, because, you know, he woke up here, and he was telling me, because he was looking for this one bear, because there's a lady that has a bear named Peanut, and
Of
I was
course.
telling him about it, or whatever, and, you know, I told him that, you know, they travel, so you might need to go from town to town and see if they're there, and you know, he left, and then I wrote to Valentine shortly after, and the bear just happened to be there.
Oh, wow.
You know, and then Knox wrote in afterwards, and you know, everything was fine. Everything is all good to go, and then I don't know why he just later on last night, he said he wanted to talk to me, and I didn't think anything of it, and we went over to his cliff, and he pulled out his fucking gun.
Jesus. Yeah, that whole thing sounds a little sketchy. Well, I mean, obviously it's good that whatever he was trying to do didn't succeed. But definitely, I would steer clear of that.
Yeah, sucks for him because he already showed his hand, and he's pretty fucking easy to
Yeah.
recognize. So
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
There.
It's definitely, I guess anybody that's good at what they do, they don't have to, be so obvious about it.
Yeah, because after Henry and them rolled up or whatever, I think they just like let him go or something, and then I told him, and then kind of talked, and then they rode after him. They like found him and shot him.
Oh, wait, are you talking about Henry Steele?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's funny. That might have been what happened before I ran into him, because I actually did an interview with them last night for the dime novel, and they said they apologized for being late because they got tied up in something. So well, it was probably that.
Yeah, it might have been, because we were riding around, but we were fucking around on Emerald Ranch for the most part. But,
okay.
Yeah, that might have been afterwards. But yeah, I know Nock is gonna be more pissed now because they shot him, but I didn't want him to shoot him just because they didn't shoot me or anything. But that's their own choice. They can do whatever the fuck they want. I'm not the goddamn boss or anything.
Good point.
I know I kind of need to be wary of Nox, because I know he's probably fucking pissed that I was with those guys when they shot him. So.
Yeah, well, it does definitely seems like a bad idea. Which is weird because like I said, in speaking with Henry and his friends there, I definitely get the impression that they're not they're not big shoot first, ask questions later kind of people.
Honestly, I don't know. So I don't ride with them all too long. So I've only rode with them a couple times, so I don't really know how they're I don't really know how they go about their business.
Well, that was exactly why I thought it was maybe a good idea to interview them. So people can learn a little bit more about what their lifestyle is like. And I'll tell you, it was very educational for me, because I know very, very, very little about what they do. And I would definitely say now that, I wouldn't say that it would be something that I would do, but it's definitely something I can understand how to do now.
Yeah, because I think they do like bounty hunting sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that was what I was interviewing about, was bounty hunting in 5 states, and they seem like a pretty good source for that.
Yeah, because they do ride around quite a bit when there's especially when there's some shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
He pulls together like his group, and they just start riding, basically from like town to town, like. Some fucked up shit happens. They go from town to town, try to find those people, basically.
Yeah, well, that was what he was saying. Is that's kind of their thing.
That was pretty interesting for that situation. I don't know. Like I said, they might be right. Maybe Nock is just secretly a serial killer or some shit.
Well, it would definitely be the profession to do that kind of thing, right? Because you're constantly moving.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is that there was a time like he knocked me out before. He said he knocked me out and tossed me in the water, but that was because Tabernacle and I, there was a night where all of us were like fighting the pig pens and whatnot.
Okay.
Nox had to go sleep, and him and I thought it'd be funny if it's kind of curiosity, because we wanted to see if we actually put a bounty on him, and we could, so we did, because we thought it'd be fucking hilarious to do that. And I guess he didn't like that, so he knocked me out and tossed me in the water, and so I didn't mind that, because
right.
Yeah, that's whatever.
Yeah, you kind of think of that as revenge for a very a weird joke, I guess.
Yeah, basically.
But now that you mention it, that would be especially somebody that was into serial killing. They would not want people looking into their past, for sure.
Yeah, but like I said, I didn't mind the whole knockout situation, because it's like I understand it from his perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Like I told him that we were just fucking around, but yeah, it's like for there he had a valid reason to do what he did. But the whole gun thing, I have no fucking clue.
Yeah, that's weird. Well, it's part of the thing with dealing with people is you gotta decide what level of trust you're with as far as kind they do. And, like you said, this is kind of a chain of events.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of what Henry said, so they kind of said the same thing, where, kind of like be more wary, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that was definitely one of their parting comments, was definitely along those lines yesterday. But I don't know. That's a part of. I've been traveling for years now, and I'll play along with it for a little while. But there eventually reaches a point where I'm like, okay, this fun is fun.
Yeah. Yeah, it was one of those where it's like I knew like he like pulled his gun out and whatnot, but I was still going along with it. And then they rode up and yeah, it's kind of told them that they didn't need to go after that guy, but they had their reasons like he tried to shoot one of our friends, so
right.
It's like we don't want that, so that's when they went after him and whatnot.
Yeah, well, yeah, jeez, that is a very very like I said, a little bit unnerving. But good to know. Good to know. I do appreciate letting me know that for sure.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess I can pass that on to you. It's like definitely keep an eye out for that fucker.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess. I mean, it's like it might have been one of those where it's like he might have just was trying to scare me or like fuck around and do something and not actually shoot me, but in the.
Cool.
But from like when they ride up, they think that he's actually going to shoot me off a cliff or whatever,
Right. Well, definitely one of the things, especially that I've learned being out here, is there's what people say and they're what they do, and you definitely pay more attention to what they do.
Yeah, but it's like he doesn't really. I mean, I don't know what he does in his private time. It seems like it just seems like he's just trying to put together his his old circus thing, but
sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like you said, there's a pattern, and it might be reading into it a little bit, and should always kind of get the other perspective on it. But sometimes the pattern is very obvious after a while.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because they usually had problems with that all the time in New York. Good Lord, that was the reason I stopped wanting to follow the police beat. And asked to be transferred because I just could not handle it. Especially some of the serial killers around the bigger cities are just crazy, like really crazy.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know.
Yeah, because usually I just like hang out and talk to people. I don't really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like unless I have a reason to, like if someone. Like, if I have a reason to, like, fuck with somebody, it's usually because, they fucked with me first,
Right, yeah.
Unless it's, trying to do something funny, like, just set up, like, a bullshit bounty for no reason.
Right, yeah.
I think, it might have been Henry or something. Somebody said he put, like, a 10 on me, just to fuck her. And I think it was from, because we had a bunch of fights, I think someone set one of those up just to be funny.
Sure. Yeah, well.
Yeah, because they told me about it. I was like, that's fucking hilarious. Somebody decided to do like a 10 on me after like I knocked him out or something.
Yeah, well, it was a weird thing that I learned yesterday is, and I didn't know that I've been out here for so long. I always kind of thought that the bounties thing would be basically run by the law enforcement, or at least pretty much you'd have to have everything sanctioned by people that were working. But I understand from what he told me is you can do just that. You just anybody that has a grievance against you can put a bounty on you.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I mean that makes sense.
Well, it seems that it would be especially when the bounties are pretty serious, being taken care of by law enforcement. That doing frivolous things sometimes would cause more chaos than anything.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you think about it, if anything, there should almost be like 2 bounty board systems, like one that the law set up for, and then like basically like a private one for like bounty hunters or something like that,
Yeah, that does seem like that would be a better way to go about it, but it is what it is. It's how the bureaucracy works, and you just work within it.
Yeah, because it's one of those where it's like, I mean, yeah, anybody can set up a bounty and all. If anything, it's like I feel like you could almost get arrested for that. If anything, because it's like, I mean, you're basically, unless it's something like legitimate, like some guy shot you, and then, something like that. But it's like,
right,
you can almost be you're almost like committing a crime. I feel like if you're just tossing bounties on people left and right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know in Philadelphia, you do that kind of thing, you got 5 years. Because reporting, definitely reporting a non-crime as a crime, and wasting law enforcement's time. They do not hold to that.
I mean, it's not like they go out and hunt bounties. I mean, marshals
No.
can, or like rangers can, I suppose, because
Yeah.
they have that power. But I mean, it's not like normal deputies can just go out and hunt bounties unless they just happen to be in the town.
Yeah, well, it was what we were talking about last night too. Actually, was that idea that even so, the deputies are kind of confined. They're like fenced in, and all you have to do is jump over the fence, and they can't touch you. But something like the bounty hunters definitely help out to cover that gap.
Yeah, true. I mean, I think they can. I think they can kind of do shit outside town, like if a
really?
crime. I think so. If it's one of the situations where like a crime happens in town and they,
Interesting.
They bolt off.
Oh, I
think
see.
Ones where the deputies can like follow them because
Yeah.
if they wanted to or whatever, just because a crime happened in their own town. Because they've gone out. Because I mean, there'd be times where deputies will like form a posse and like hunt after people.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
They say it's like basically it has to be part of their jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Like I said before, it's like if kind of like with the Cruse thing, they're
Yeah.
going from town to town. So basically, all the deputies had the right to form a posse and kind of go out after them because they did crimes in basically all the town. So it's basically like their jurisdiction to do that.
Yeah, well, it's unfortunate because during right about now, there just isn't a lot of folks that are willing to stand up with law enforcement. So unfortunately, we don't have the larger like government-based law enforcement out here that can basically roam around.
Yeah, that's true. It's like everybody. Basically every town needs a bunch of deputies because.
Hey, what's up, Cole?
I think most of the deputies are kind of like somewhat in the same time zones and whatnot, so it's pretty tough for them.
Yeah, that was actually again, that was another thing that Henry brought up there last night was the fact that a lot of the cases they go and hunt down people and spend days tracking somebody and then finally catch them and can't find a single law enforcement officer around.
It's kind of tough to find somebody that's like, it's kind of tough to find people that want to be deputies and and making sure that person is around during a time when most others aren't.
Well, it's a hard life. I mean, there's no question about it.
I mean, because I think a lot of people just don't want to do paperwork, basically.
Well, it's one extreme to the other. Sitting at a desk, jockeying paper to having step out the door and somebody takes a shot at you just because you have a badge.
Yeah, there's that too. I mean, especially if you want to piss somebody off in some way, it's like then you'll be targeted and get kidnapped all the time or shot all the time, shit like that.
Well, shit, it doesn't even take that. I remember, the first day that after Crimes retired, Sheriff Jackson almost immediately had a target on his back, and he hadn't done anything yet. It was just, some people in authority just they don't like it and are just refuse to be part of society.
Yeah, that's true. It's probably pretty fucking hard to even be a marshal as well, because I imagine it's one of those where you just can't apply to be a marshal. I'm guessing it's like you have to be like a deputy for a certain amount of time and something like that, probably.
Yeah, well, I would guess they would. They're looking for people that are serious, and a part-time marshal is just not going to cut it.
Yeah, I mean, Woody's usually around, but it's just him most of the time. I think there's at least another marshal, but I think Woody's usually the one that's around. When he's awake, I mean, I think he's mainly the only marshal that's actually around most of the time.
Probably. I know. I've only briefly met Woody a couple of times, I think the last time he accused me of being a pirate. And I couldn't deny because he had me, do a couple of pirate phrases, and damn it if I didn't hit that stuff right on the head. I was a little surprised.
I mean, yeah, he's accusing you for a pirate, but not like he can arrest you for.
No, it was all in fun.
Yeah, he's cool and everything, but yeah, I imagine it's gotta fucking suck sometimes.
Basically
being the only marshal.
Yeah, exactly. Also, like I said, I knew who he was, and it wasn't serious.
Yeah, it's also because you have the Rangers too, but their jurisdiction's basically, I mean, they're basically the marshals of New Austin. Like,
right.
You can't. I mean, you might as well just make those guys marshals, to be honest.
No,
because there's only a couple. It seems like there's only a couple Rangers, and it's like they're basically marshals anyway. It's like you might as well just make them full-fledged marshals. It's not like their job is really gonna change.
Well, yeah. You know what? It's interesting because I don't really know a whole lot about it, which means that it's probably something that my readers don't know much about either. So I'll definitely, like I said, I'm definitely planning on trying to get interviews with as many law folks as I can. I know they're super busy, so it's a little tough for me to, bother them with it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if anything, especially here, it's like they always got shit going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that's.
Jay walked through earlier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was that guy in that yellow shirt that walked down the stairs and out the door. That was CJ, I think.
Yeah, it's funny. I was just talking about the fact that sometimes I get called out of town for a week or two, and the whole world changes in between that time. A good example is I was let's see. I originally thought about moving out to Blackwater, and I had previously done a little bit of an interview with, at the time, Ranger Crimes. And then, I come back, and he's the sheriff of the town here. And then I come back, and he's retired. And suddenly, Sheriff Jackson is in charge of things. And, he's just a kid.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like for here, it's like, the sheriff is always, like, there's always somebody looking for the fucking sheriff for whatever reason. Yeah, it's gotta be you.
That's why I thought it was...
honestly, I wouldn't want to be a sheriff.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was really promising, the fact that when I came out here last time, that I saw that they had a whole bunch of deputies now.
Yeah, here they, I mean, they're kind of pretty set up, but like I said, it's one of those where it's like they're kind of awake all around the same time. So it's like, once they go to sleep, there's basically nobody here.
Well, yeah, that is very true. But it's like I said, for the purposes of my doing my writing and stuff, it's very distracting if there's somebody shooting up the town every 2 days. So I definitely felt like moving out of Saint Denis and out here to Blackwater was a good move for the writing side of what I'm doing.
Blackwater's usually, I think maybe Francisco said, somebody said where it's like basically Blackwater replaced Saint Denis, I think.
Mm-hmm. Well,
where it's just like, there's a bunch of people that flock here all the time.
Yeah. Well, the big thing is that Saint Denis is, it's a city, but unfortunately it's also way the hell on the other side of the world. And here is either here or Strawberry, and you are right in the thick of it.
Yeah, because Blackwater's pretty much right next to Strawberry.
Mm-hmm.
So you just gotta cross a river and you're pretty much in Strawberry.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like St. Denis out there. It's like that sucks. People migrate out from St. Denis, but I think it's one of those where people just do that just to have like a change of scenery sometimes. Yeah.
Well, and I think sometimes people move to someplace that's familiar, something is maybe like home.
I think also St. Denis was one of those where there just wasn't enough deputies away.
Yeah.
St. Denis is huge and there's shit going on. It's pretty easy to hide and whatnot in St. Denis, but I don't think there was a whole lot of deputies around in St. Denis.
No. Yeah, well, they got the blueberries there. Have it supposedly taken care of, but for the most part, they tend to be. They kind of reach that point where they're so burned out that in a lot of cases they're just not even. They don't even want to do the paperwork.
It's funny how you call them blueberries as well.
Well, I don't know. That's always what I've heard them called, especially back in New York, because they kind of wear the same sort of outfits.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple ladies that also calls them blueberries. Interesting.
That's odd. Well, that's often how it goes with terminology.
Yeah, I mean, one of them, she actually used to live in St. Denis as well.
Oh, yeah?
This other, yeah, she used to be in St. Denis. And this other lady also calls them blueberry. She didn't come on St. Denis, but yeah, she also uses the same phrasing.
Yeah, it's a regional dialect, I guess. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, shit, it seems like it.
Yeah, it just like I said, I spent 6 months, about 6 months, back and forth because the dime novel set me up in the hotel there, which is usually the way that kind of works. After a while, I was kind of like, I think I should move to where the action is, which seemed like here. So they're playing for this place, which they should thank me because it's a hell of a lot cheaper.
Oh, really? Alright,
No.
yeah.
Well, yeah, Bastile's a nice place. Don't get me wrong, but it is expensive for what little you get.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're if you're saving them money, they should like give you a fucking raise or something.
Well, I would be representing a falsehood if I said that I was saving them any money. Because I just, turned that around and bought one of those really nice Chris Craft steamboats.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, put it on their tab. What the hell?
Yeah, but I mean, it's also this kind of, boat's pretty useful. Especially like here in Blackwater, because it's basically you can do like a straight shot towards Saint Denis, or you can park it at Braithwaite and right into Rhodes. I mean, boat's pretty useful.
Hello, sir.
And having a boat, at least having a boat's pretty nice. Like one of those where if some shit were to go down, you can just bolt to the docks and just, right away on a boat.
Well, here you go. Take a look at this.
I almost had to do that the other day when
How do you do?
Blackwater was basically occupied by like 2 different gangs.
Yeah, well, hold on a sec. Let me see if I got it in here. Damn it. I know it's in here somewhere.
No, you're all good.
Starting to count more whorehouses.
That's the one I need. It's caps.
This place.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, today was I was doing that.
Oh shit. Okay.
I would not call this a successful first day because I've had 0, but I honestly haven't even told anybody really too much about it. It was more or less an excuse for me to ride back and forth on the lake there.
Okay. You might want to talk to Remy about that, because he's kind of... I don't know about, Alright. Have you actually talked to him yet?
Oddly enough, yes. Yesterday I ran into him here. As soon as I woke up, he was sitting at the table over there. And, I mentioned the idea that I was thinking about doing that. And he got a good laugh out of it. A good 2 or 3 minutes of just constantly laughing about it. But yeah, we talked it over, and yeah, he's all set. He's in, you know, he's doing a serious thing, and mine, I don't know. I'll give you an idea how serious it is. I haven't even really thought about how much I would charge people for that.
Yeah, it's one of those where you kind of just need to do like a test run with somebody or something. Be like, you know.
Yeah.
Whenever
Well.
you transport somebody, just kind of toss out a price, and if they're okay with it, then you know,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. Well.
I was just saying that because it's like, maybe you guys can do a little business together or some shit.
Yeah, we actually discussed that because I am not interested in doing cargo. Good God, it seems like a big pain in the ass to me. Being one person, of course. Now, in his situation, he's got crew and people that can handle that kind of thing. And shit, I'm gonna, as soon as people ask me for cargo, I'm pointing them his way. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, cargo can be a bitch sometimes, probably.
Right. And like I said, you know, if people want to, you know, do some kind of a thing, like there was this idea that somebody was throwing out there about, I guess they call it crawling pubs, hours or something. I don't know. I missed exactly what it was. But the idea of, you know, just hopping from bar to bar, from town to town, and boy, that would be a kind of a nice, you know, a nice little back and forth there between Rhodes and here.
Yeah, that's true. I know Gigi, he has the carriage service. He gives people a ride with his wagons.
Yeah, I've run into a few people like that. I was lucky enough to talk to Maxwell, I believe his name is, owns the manor over there. And
okay.
yeah, well, I had to talk to him because, you know, I wasn't going to do this business without making sure that, you know, his it was okay with him, because those docks are clearly on his property. And I offered to, you know, if he needs any payment for stuff, I'll pay for, you know, repairs on the docks and stuff. And he was all for it, and so much so that he's allowing me to work with his stable hands and keep some of my transport equipment there, so that I can ride people over to Rhodes from the docks there. Yeah, it was pretty nice of him, because he didn't have to do that at all. And really, I hadn't kind of got that far. I figured I'd hire somebody, you know, to do that. But in lieu of having a company to do it, at least I can, you know, offer that as well.
Yeah. I mean, shit, in your case, it could be one of those where you can do like boat tours and whatnot too.
Yeah. Well, it's actually it's funny you mention that, because one of the things I also was thinking about doing was doing like these an idea of like doing a canoe trip. You know, where we get a bunch of people together, they get some canoes, we get all the fishing gear and stuff, and, you know, canoe for a little while, do some fishing, maybe camp for a night, and, you know, put together something like that, and, you know, charge people a little bit for it, for setting it up and everything. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that'd be fun, and yeah, it's definitely not a bad idea.
Yeah, well, like I said, you know, there's always stuff you can do with it, and I guess my big thing is that I come from, you know, the Great Lakes area there, and it always kind of, you know, it kind of bums me out that people aren't using boats enough here.
Yeah, I think it is one of those where it's, I'm guessing some people just think it's a hassle, because it's like, you know, instead of just like, you know, riding a boat to, you know, Rhodes, you just take a wagon or a horse there.
Right. Well, I totally understand that. It was funny because I actually rode my cart over there, and it took me about, I don't know, 10 minutes or so to get from here to Rhodes. Actually, a little bit longer to get all the way out to the docks, but, you know, just doing that run, about 10 minutes. Damned if it doesn't take me 5 to get across the river and on a boat. So, like you were saying earlier, it's
a straight shot.
Significantly faster. So, you know, some people, time is worth more than convenience, I guess.
I think it's one of those two where it's, fishing is kind of tough, actually. Yeah, I think it's one of those where either people can't really figure it out, or you know, they just get tired of trying, so they don't want to fish. But I think it's one of those where it's, yeah, I think it's just a lot of people don't, like, they can't figure out, or they just don't know how to fish, so there's just not a lot of people out in the water.
Yeah, no, I agree. Part of the other part of that is it's like any other thing that you do here. You know, you gotta have to, even though it's kind of maybe a little boring at first, if you pay attention and work at it, it's not too bad. It's definitely one of the things I want to do because, well, that's pretty much all I've done since I get out here. When I'm not writing something, I'm usually fishing, and I just love it. It's a good time. And I always have a lot of fun doing it. And I'll tell you what, it's not bad money.
Yeah, there's some people who fish, and they just catch a shit out of fish.
Mm-hmm.
I was basically one of those people where it's like I tried to do fishing for like a week or so, but I just couldn't figure it out. So
Okay.
it just kind of frustrated me.
Yeah, well, that's very frustrating.
Look, it's one of those where like it'd be either like I'll cast out and I'll hook a fish, and then I just can't reel in anymore. Like I just can't do shit.
Mm-hmm.
Or one of those where if I can reel in and whatnot, it's like that fish, like I just can't, like it's just fighting all the goddamn time. And
Yeah.
like I'll try to reel it in, but it just keeps fighting, and like it can't ever get it any closer to me.
I got you. Yeah. No, I know exactly the problem you're running into. A couple of tricks you might want to use when it starts fighting. If you point the the end of the rod right at the where the fish is fighting at, it'll just instantly calm down. And a lot of the time when it's calm, you can pull it in real quick. And I don't know if it works. This is totally a superstition thing, but I also find that I'll take and once it stops fighting, I immediately like kind of pull back on my rod. And it kind of yanks it forward a little bit, and then you start reeling. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Some fish are just bastards.
Yeah, I mean Remy was also like that, and Remy also said like if you kind of like yank the pole sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like I've tried that shit, and it's like,
Yeah.
I tried the thing where it's like you point the pole like at the fish, like it
Yeah.
calmed down for maybe like a second, and then it was
Oh.
immediately back to fight. Like it's just.
Jeez. What the hell you were fishing for at the time?
Well, not anything special. I'll just like go out in the water and try to get some. But it's like it seems like no matter what fucking fish I try to get, like it's the same thing every time. Where
Okay.
like I just can't ever reel one in.
Sure.
Because if they do calm down, they're calmed down for maybe 2 seconds, and then they're back to fighting for
Oh,
a
that's-
fucking hour.
Yeah, that's weird. That's odd. I mean, I do have fish that will just keep fighting and keep fighting and keep fighting, and it does get rather tiresome. But in a lot of cases, it depends. Sometimes I'll actually like the angle that I'm casting on. Like if I can find a nice, like close where the rod's real close. If I can hook them real close, then it doesn't take as much to pull them in.
I mean, shit, I've tried it where, I'll kind of fish in a spot where, like, they're in, like, a cove or something. Like, I'll kind of, like, block off the exit, so they kind of stay in the cove.
I
And
see.
it's like, it's just, like, nothing fucking changes.
Well, you should. I don't know. Maybe sometime we'll have to, go out and do some fishing together. And maybe see if I can give you a hand with it. Because I really enjoy it, and I think other people will as well, once they kind of learn how it works.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, my only other thing is, like, the only other thing I can fucking guess is, because I don't use bait when I fish, I just toss out a hook, and
Oh.
there it's like, maybe I don't have baits because I'm not using bait?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Well,
I'll put a lure on, and, I'll get it.
Right.
I've never had to put on baits. I can just catch fish with the lures, but yeah, that's literally the only thing I can think of why they're fighting all the time is maybe I don't have any actual bait on the hook.
Could be. The lures themselves, you don't need bait if you've got a lure. It's like a substitute for the bait, but they're much more expensive versions of basically the same thing you can get out of live bait. Or like if you want to get the real small fish, like perch and stuff like that, because those are good frying. If you want to get those, you just use cheese or bread, and that works great for those. They don't care if it's live or not, the small fish. But like the medium-sized ones, they like a little fight in their food. So the live crickets and the worms and the crayfish, those medium-sized fish will eat that stuff up all day.
And so I got my boat filled with that shit, but it's one of those where I just had to stop because
Yeah.
it seemed like literally everything I was trying, I just
Well,
can't fucking get it.
like you said, for example, your guitar playing here, some people are, just kind of natural at it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, also, it kind of sucks too, where it's like you can't like boat fish or anything like that either.
Well, I don't know. I boat fish all the time.
Like I've tried before and I'll pick them up, but it's like they just aren't in my pockets after I pick them up.
You have them like they fall out of your pocket and then they're flopping around there on the boat, eh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Mhm.
And, I mean, shit, there's even a waterfall up north where fish fall down it, and you can pick up
Oh.
those fish there. But no, it's the same way where basically they just slip out.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're talking about. Well, especially the thing is that like especially the ones that are already like you didn't catch with the pole. I'll tell you what, those guys at the shops are bastards about that. Like if they don't see the hook, you're just not getting anything for it.
I think that's one thing. That's probably another reason why a lot of people don't fish, just because. I mean, it makes sense where you can't, basically, you can't like turn it into fish or anything. Like if you shoot with a gun.
Yeah.
But it's like, I mean, I feel like you should if either if they like wash ashore, or if you use a bow, because I mean.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I totally agree with you there, and I also think that it wouldn't hurt to have like a spearfishing is real big up north.
I mean, yeah, the shit.
But
like that too. Because you're using a point, you're not putting pellets in it or anything like that. It's like
Right.
you're not actually shooting it. It's like you're shooting it with a bow and arrow or a spear. So it's one of those where it's like it doesn't like taint the meat at all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, I don't know. There's always the future, and who knows what's gonna happen.
Yeah, that's true.
Shit. Oh, it's getting late. Man, I could sit here and talk all day. I appreciate you hanging out and playing along. It's really appreciate your guitar work.
Oh yeah, no problem.
But I should head on out. And once again, like I said, thanks, and it's been a pleasure talking with you.
Yeah, you as well.
I'll catch you later.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
I swear I saw another Chinese sneaking out of the Grand Theater last week.
Not a Chinese. Dude, the local jabber is just so out of place. Hot damn, I like I said, I could have sat there and talked with him for days. You can get a good back and forth going with him. I've noticed that before. He is very good at what we were doing there, the small talk. But at the same time, I learned a bunch of things that, Robert learned a bunch of things that he didn't know yet. So that was quite cool. And that's kind of what I've been doing is, you guys might not realize it sometimes, but I'm trying to make sure that at some point I learn something. And definitely the circus tidbit there is a really interesting thing, because that means that Robert's going to probably want to interview the circus people, and we're going to be a little sus about them. It's definitely on the warning that pretty good portion of serial killers work in carnivals sometimes, because you're just not in one place for very long. Hot damn. Well, we made zero cash. We got 0 passengers, and I'm calling this a successful day, first day on the job, because I had a hell of a time, and I appreciate you guys coming and hanging out with me for fishing on sailing. Sorry, we're sailing now. We're no longer fishing. Well, we might be fishing. It's hard to say, because last week we were racing on a Sunday afternoon. So, who knows what Sunday brings, but it was definitely a pleasure hanging out with you guys here. And I'm glad you guys came along. I appreciate you guys talking in chat, man. That makes a big difference. It really helps out a lot. Let's see. We've got a couple of people here. Hell. Let's do this. Because I'm glad having you guys here. and hanging out. But I don't get a chance to do this too often, mostly because I'm not smart enough to get off the air when other people are still on. So let's go raid somebody here. People are still on. Whoop, there's me talking. Let's go raid somebody here. Nope. I'm gonna press the right buttons. This. Why? Oh, that's why. Is it? I apologize. Here, check this out. There we go. There's something to listen to here while we're doing this. Like I said, thanks again, everybody. It's been a really great weekend, and I've been having a lot of fun with hanging out with everybody on the PRC here. We got 2 dime novels done this week, and obviously our sailing stream today, and it was a lot of fun. I appreciate you guys coming and hanging out with me and doing all of this. Let's see if we can do this without being too crazy. This will be good. Yeah, here we go. There we go. This will take you to a different place here on the PRC, and I think this might be kind of interesting. This is Dakota Haven, and played by Talisman Lynx. And give her some love there. Say hi, and give her a follow if you're not hanging on out with some of the other folks here on the PRC. Again, thanks everybody for coming in and hanging on out. For those of you that are coming to the radio show later on tonight, I look forward to seeing you there. The rest of you maybe don't have a chance to do that. That's totally cool. I require no one to be there except for myself. And if you do swing on by, jump on into our Discord chat there on trekradio.net and say hi. There's a group of really cool people hanging out there, and they're always up for chatting and meeting new folks. So yeah, if you swing on by there, that's great. If not, have a great week, and hopefully we'll see you soon for more HC dime novels, or we don't get to that, maybe some more sailing on a Sunday afternoon. Take care, everybody. Have a great day. We'll see you soon.